dear Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, esteemed foreign ministers, excellencies, representatives of business community, NGOs, ladies and gentlemen. Warmly welcome to the 12th International Africa Day Conference. My name is Smiljana Knez. I am Ambassador at Large for Climate Diplomacy. 12 years ago, Slovenian Ministry for Foreign Affairs decided to join forces with Africa Diaspora and celebrate International Africa Day with annual conference, Business and Culture. We are really touched that renowned singer Viola has accepted our invitation and will join us again. She has performed in 2019, and since then, when Europe, she plays with Slovenian musicians. So, if I may ask, without further ado, Viola and Mr. Petric.
Hello, good morning. My name is Viola. You can also call me the Lioness of Africa. I'm here this morning with my friend Miha. Thanks to the conference, music, we are going to perform together. And this song we are going to welcome you with is We Are Going. Heaven knows where we are going, but deep down we know we'll get there. It'll be muddy and rough, but hey, let's keep going. Thank you.
Asemore, asemore, we are going, heaven knows where we are going, but we know within we'll get there. We are going, heaven knows where we are going, but we know within we'll get there. Bum bum, ti bum, bum bum, bum bum, ti bum, bum bum. We will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know within we'll get there. Bum bum, ti bum, bum bum, bum bum, ti bum, bum bum.
It will be hard. It will be hard. We know that the road will be muddy and rough, but we will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know within. It will be hard, we know that the road will be muddy and rough, but we will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know within we'll get there. Bum bum. T-bum, T-bum, bum, bum. Yeah, yeah. Bum, bum. T-bum, T-bum, bum, bum. Why, ya, ya. 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 Why, ya, ya.
we will get there. We know we're there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're all invited to today's concert at Novi Trg in the evening.
So in the evening, if you are ready to dance, come and join us full band and let's rock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Viala and Miha, for this wonderful introduction to the conference. And as you have heard, they will perform in the evening in Ljubljana, in Novi Trg, and you are all cordially invited. Before that, there will be workshops and many other events in Ljubljana city center. The African Day Conference is organized and hosted by the Ministry for Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia in close cooperation with Chatham House and the European Commission. We are really grateful for their participation. Without further ado, I kindly ask Minister for Foreign and European Affairs, Ms. Tanja Fajon, to address the audience.
Hvala lepa. Thank you very much. First of all, dear Excellencies, colleagues, friends, everyone, warm welcome at our beautiful country, Slovenia. And I hope you will have a pleasant stay here, a lot of successful meeting, and that you leave our country with many good impressions. My opening address will be in a Slovene language, so you have, I think, all your headphones. I will wait a minute. Spoštovani ministerski kolegica, kolegi, gospe in gospodje, dragi prijatelji, kako lepo je začeti dan ob tako navdihujoči, čudoviti glasbi Vajale in Mihe. Se veselim, da bomo videli koncert tudi nocoj v Ljubljani. Iskrena hvala njunim glasbenim prijateljem za to, da ste naše jutro napolnili z dobro energijo in da ste nam pokazali ves potencial sodelovanja, povezovanja, razumevanja in pa spoštovanja. Spoštovani gostje, še enkrat iskreno dobrodošli v naši Sloveniji, v zelenem dragulju Evrope, rekami, jezeri in morjem, pa predvsem z izjemno biotsko raznovrstnostjo. A tako kot ves svet je tudi ta naš košček planeta vse bolj ogrožen. Ogrožen je s sušami, ekstremnimi vremenskimi pojavi, ogrožen je s požari. Obetajo se nam korenite spremembe življenja, prehranjevanja, oskrbe z vodo. Pri tem si seveda ne delamo utvar, da se to ne dogaja samo nam. Številne države se zaradi podnebnih sprememb spopadajo s še veliko resnejšimi grožnjami. Nekaterim zaradi dviga morske gladine grozi fizično izginotje. Drugje, velikim delom prebivalstva, ne ostaja drugega kot selitev, kot preživetje pa je odvisno predvsem in zlasti od humanitarne pomoči in solidarnosti. Spričo teh izzivov smo pravzaprav vsi v svetu majhni in izjemno ranljivi. Uspe nam lahko le, če bomo sodelovali in če bomo sodelovali skupaj kot partnerji. Slovenija je, tako kot večina držav v mednarodni skupnosti, majhna država. Za nas je ključnega pomena, da gradimo partnerstva po vsem svetu. Solidarnost in spoštovanje sta vodili naše zunanje politike. V tem kontekstu je tudi nastalo in se razvija ter poglablja naše sodelovanje z Afriko, to veliko, raznoliko in priložnosti polno in bogato celino. Pred 12 leti je Ministrstvo za zunanje zadeve prvič priredilo konferenco Dan Afrike. Dogodek je z leti prerastel v edinstveno, v zelo dragoceno obliko sodelovanja med Slovenijo in Afriko, med Evropo in Afriko. Veseli me, da s konferenco nadgrajujemo naše bilateralno sodelovanje, tudi zato, ker sem se pretekli teden spet mudila v Afriki, opravila vrsto vsebinskih, prijateljskih, bogatih pogovorov ter se iz prve roke prepričala o dragocenem potencialu, iz katerega lahko vsi skupaj črpamo. Zahvaljujem se prav vsem, vsakomur od vas, ki ste se odzvali našemu povabilu na konferenco. S tem ste pokazali, da je tema, ki smo jo izbrali za letošnji dogodek, izjemno aktualna. Podnebne spremembe. Če lahko kateremu vprašanju rečemo globalni izziv, so to zagotovo posledice podnebnih sprememb. Zato se veselim današnjih razprav o različnih vidikih podnebne varnosti, kako naj se o tej temi pogovarjamo o globalnih multilateralnih okvirih, kot je Varnostni svet Organizacije Združenih narodov ali podnebna konferenca COP28. Ko govorimo o podnebni pravičnosti, bi morali razmišljati in delovati hitreje ter uporabljati učinkovit model globalnega podnebnega financiranja. Enako pomembni so lokalni ukrepi, ki upoštevajo sonaravne rešitve. Lokalno znanje je vedno tisto, ki je najboljše, najbolj dragoceno in lahko ponudi tudi najbolj učinkovite rešitve. Prenos znanja, prenos tehnologij in inovacij v sodelovanju vedno med vladnim in zasebnim sektorjem lahko predstavlja izjemno pomemben korak naprej. V politike je pa vedno potrebno vključiti dobre ideje, potrebe in skrbi mladih ljudi. Mladi so naša prihodnost, njihovo število narašča in vsi imajo pravico živeti v blagostanju in pa spoštovanju. Če jim tega ne zagotovimo, jih silimo v to, da si iščejo svetlejšo prihodnost kje drugje. Sporočilo mladih odseva tudi v razstavi Mali izumitelji, ki je nastala pod okriljem projekta OZN in je na ogled v konferenčnih prostorih. Veliko bolj odločno bi morali v podnebne ukrepe vključiti tudi vidik spola. Ženskam moramo omogočiti polno sodelovanje v teh procesih, izkoristiti moramo veliko bolj njihovo znanje ter njihovo odgovorno vlogo v družbi. Težko gradimo boljšo prihodnost za vse, če iz tega procesa izključimo pravzaprav polovico svetovnega prebivalstva. Podnebne spremembe so tudi priložnost, da vzpostavimo nova ali da obnovimo obstoječa partnerstva za zeleni prehod, za razvoj novih tehnologij in novih rešitev. V poslovnem delu konference, ki bo sledil, bomo obravnavali nekatera ključna vprašanja, ki se pojavljajo na presišču podnebnih tehnologij in gospodarskega razvoja. Imamo umetno inteligenco, imamo visoko tehnologijo, vse to moramo uporabiti v korist okolja. Veselim se tudi predstavitev 7 poslovnih klubov, ki povezujejo Slovenijo in afriške države. Gospe in gospodje, letošnjo konferenco Dan Afrike dopolnjuje pilotni projekt izobraževanja o podnebni varnosti, ki ga organiziramo v sodelovanju s Slovenskim centrom za usposabljanje in izobraževanje za mirovne operacije. Usposabljanje predstavlja še en konkreten prispevek Slovenije podnebni varnosti. Dovolite mi, da izrazim ob tej priložnosti tudi iskreno zahvalo afriški diaspori v Sloveniji, ne le za sodelovanje na konferenci, temveč tudi za to, da dan za dnem bogatite našo slovensko družbo. Veselim se izmenjave idej v okviru konference danes in jutri ter konkretnih korakov k našemu poglobljenemu partnerstvu. In za konec še prijazno povabilo vsem, kot ste že slišali, da se udeležite spremljevalnega kulturnega programa, ki bo potekal nocoj v središču Ljubljane. Hvala lepa in uspešno konferenco želim.
Thank you, Minister. The European Commission is always a valuable partner to the conference, and I'm happy to invite European Commissioner for International Partnership, Jutta Urpilainen, to address us online.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to address you at the 12th Africa Day International Conference. You have chosen an important theme for this year's conference, climate change. It is indeed one of the most serious threats to global security. And it is a threat that we can't face alone. Strong international partnerships are crucial. The EU and Africa share an interest in keeping the 1.5-degree climate threshold alive. We will either succeed or fail together. At the AU-EU summit, we launched our 150 billion euro Africa-Europe Global Gateway investment initiative. It is a milestone in Africa's progress toward an inclusive, green and digital recovery. Climate is at its core. Fighting climate change is essential for the well-being and future stability of African communities. Youth play a pivotal political and advocacy role in pushing the agenda forward. In sub-Saharan Africa, 70% of the population is younger than 30 years old. Their voice, together with the broader voice of civil society, is vital to the successful cooperation between our continents. We recently launched the first youth action plan in external action to increase young people's influence on global issues. This conference offers a platform for further inter-regional exchange on climate security. I wish you a fruitful exchange.
Of the President of the Republic of Slovenia. She will join us at noon, and you are, of course, all invited to listen to her address. But now the leaders panel is about to start, and it is with great pleasure to hand the baton to Mr. Sekou Madikonde, who will moderate the leaders panel and will invite you, dear guests, dear ministers, to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, dear friends, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first kindly invite my panelists to the podium. Of course, as first, Madam Tania Fajon, then Mr. Rui Alberto de Figueiredo, Mr. Vincent Biruta, and Mr. Dojmir Dulkamar. Good morning. I know it's a bit early for some of you. You had to travel long distances to be here. We are very welcome and very happy to host you here. But let me start with our hostess, Madam Fajon. In 2016, Slovenia was the first European country to include the right to water to our constitution, although 15 other countries across the world had already done so. Access to drinkable water became a fundamental right for all citizens. It seems obvious, but nonetheless, why should governments guarantee that all people have access to safe and drinkable water?
Thank you very much. You are right, Slovenia is very rich with clean and healthy water, and we are very proud of it. It's really in our hearts the protection of natural resources and the protection of water. It's amazing to see the engagement of citizens when there is a question of the access to the water. You remember well, we had a discussion, and for our guests not long ago, how to protect the resources of clean water, and the citizens, we had a referenda in campaign, and the citizens were really actively engaged in this matter. So we have it in the constitution, as you said. We are also, as a country, promoting the right to the clean, sustainable, and healthy environment. And this is something that is very important, not only for country, but mostly for citizens. Now, what the government can do is, of course, to put that high on the agenda. Whether it's in the constitution, whether it is in a political domain, but the right that people have the access, that it's a public good, the water, it's very important. That there are no conflicts, no fights, no struggles around the natural resources, because the water is the fundamental right for me. And it's the question of health and sustainable environment and, of course, well-being of our citizens. And if we can cooperate in that domain, protecting natural resources, protecting water, water management, also through the water diplomacy, we are all part of it. It's very important also to reduce conflicts and violence across the border, because water is something that is shared around the world. And maybe this just for the beginning, that when I talk with my international partners, I often use the terminology water diplomacy, because with managing water in a peaceful and sustainable way together across the borders, we can also better manage conflicts and violence and protect our life and well-being of our citizens.
Talking about water, going to Cabo Verde, nearly 70% of the population lives in rural areas, and drought have a negative impact on their lives and food security in Cabo Verde. How pressing is the issue of water scarcity in Cabo Verde?
Merci bien de me poser la question. Je vais répondre en français, ce sera plus facile pour moi. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier notre collègue, la ministre Tania Fajon, pour cette invitation, pour être présent dans cette édition de l'Africa Day, du jour de l'Afrique, et vous dire le plaisir que le Cap-Vert, que je représente, a aussi de participer et donner sa contribution à cette très importante question. Notre collègue vient de faire référence à la question de l'eau, à la diplomatie de l'eau. Ce sera certainement très important. Toute la vie et la survie du Cap-Vert est liée avec la question de l'eau. Le Cap-Vert est un pays qui est touché depuis des siècles par des sécheresses continues. C'est un pays qui souffre des changements climatiques qui se font. La question de l'eau est une question exactement une question de survie dans notre pays, et c'est pourquoi le gouvernement a décidé de faire de cette question une question cruciale pour le développement du pays, pour le bien-être des générations, et nous faisons tout ce qu'il faut pour que la question de l'eau soit résolue. C'est un pays essentiellement agricole depuis ses débuts, donc vous pouvez voir le grand défi que ça représente de gérer la question de l'eau. Nous avons entamé beaucoup de programmes nationaux pour le maintien de cette question à l'ordre du jour, et nous cherchons, par rapport aux changements climatiques qui sont en cours, qui ont lieu de partout dans le monde, nous cherchons à faire entendre notre voix pour la question de l'eau comme l'une des questions fondamentale pour la survie des générations présentes et générations futures. Pour les jeunes, générations futures aussi. Pour le Cap-Vert, c'est une question très, très, très importante qui nous met à l'ordre du jour et qui fait de sorte que toutes les politiques que nous dessinons au niveau de notre plan national de développement stratégique a à voir avec la question de l'eau, qui est, comme je l'ai dit, je le répète, une question de survie pour notre pays. C'est pourquoi nous cherchons aussi des collaborations, des coopérations avec des partenaires internationaux pour que cette question puisse être à l'ordre du jour et résolue de la meilleure façon. Merci.
I can imagine that the Union of Comoros, being an island country, also has similar problems with water scarcity. To what extent does water scarcity impact agriculture and food security in the Union?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais aussi profiter de l'occasion pour saluer et remercier notre collègue et féliciter le pays hôte qui nous accueille depuis qu'on est là, toutes les bonnes dispositions qui étaient prises. La question de l'eau, vous le savez très bien, nous autres, on pense que l'eau, la vie, c'est l'eau. Il ne peut pas y avoir de vie sans eau. Toute chose vit à travers l'eau, et ça, c'est universel, c'est même vital pour tout le monde. Donc, quand on est dans des îles où l'étroitesse du territoire, où nous subissons aussi les changements climatiques de plein fouet, puisque nous sommes les sentinelles du climat. Toute l'alerte qui, par rapport au changement climatique, c'est les îles, les insulaires qui commencent à donner l'alerte. Donc l'eau est très vitale pour nous, pour l'agriculture. Nous n'avons pas de grandes rivières comme à la chance les grands continents. Nous n'avons pas les grands fleuves. Nous dépendons souvent de la pluie. Et souvent, c'est la pluie qui nous apporte cette eau qui nous manque la plupart du temps. Et comme vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, le changement climatique, souvent, c'est aussi l'absence de pluie. C'est la pluie qui vient arroser notre agriculture, parce qu'on n'a pas les capacités de pouvoir trouver de l'eau partout dans les rivières pour irriguer, pour arroser. Donc, sur le plan de la sécurité alimentaire et de l'agriculture, nous dépendons de l'eau, et pour nous, l'eau ne peut venir que du ciel, puisque c'est la pluie qui va nous permettre de pouvoir stocker de l'eau, de pouvoir arroser, parce qu'on n'a pas les capacités de pouvoir irriguer. Donc, le changement climatique est un problème énorme, majeur pour nous, et qui, si nous ne trouverons pas les solutions pour atténuer ce problème à travers, en tout cas au niveau du climat, au niveau de tout ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, qu'on n'arrive pas à l'expliquer et que nous sommes les premiers à recevoir, ce sont les États insulaires qui prennent le choc en premier lieu et qui ont besoin d'être sécurisés d'une manière ou d'une autre. Merci.
Thank you. Turning our attention to Rwanda. One of the articles I've read preparing for this discussion was titled "Rwanda is a Laboratory of Innovative Ideas." The country is acknowledged as a pace setter in national responses to climate change effects. It was also very active during the COP27 last year. What is the current state of the climate crisis, so to speak, in Rwanda?
Thank you. As any other country, Rwanda is facing the effects of climate change, and those effects are translated into precipitation patterns which have changed very much since the last 50 years. And Rwanda has faced an increase of 1.4 degrees Celsius in temperatures since 1970, and it is higher than the average increase of temperatures. So Rwanda is facing climate change challenges as well, and they are translated into, let's say, in some parts of the country, it is related to disasters which come from these precipitation patterns which have changed, and we are facing floods and landslides, while in the other part of the country we are facing drought. And drought can lead to wildfires, and we have also realized that some waterborne and vector-borne diseases have affected areas which usually were not affected by those diseases. I'm specifically referring to malaria, which has spread to the whole country, where in the past it used to be limited to some areas. Now, even in the mountainous part of the country, we are facing malaria. Those are some of the consequences we are having, and which are related to climate change. But Rwanda has put in place policies and mechanisms to deal with this challenge. We have policies. We have climate resilience policy. We have adaptation action plan. We have put in place a green fund, Rwanda Green Fund. And at COP27, we launched an investment branch of the Green Fund, which is called Ireme Invest. And we are mobilizing resources for us to be able to face the climate change in terms of mitigation, in terms of adaptation. And we are trying to be innovative while also working with the rest of the world to find solutions to climate change and to limit the effects of climate change. So we are trying to innovate with these various tools I mentioned, but we are also aware that we cannot address climate change alone, even though we are innovative. Climate change cannot be addressed by a country alone. We need to work all together with the neighbors, with the entire world, because climate change is a global challenge, and we need to find global solutions.
Talking about the global solutions and working together, in 2021 there was an interesting moment at the UN Security Council meeting. UK ended its presidency with a high-level debate on climate and security. Not all members agreed with the assessment that climate change is a security issue, that Security Council should confront China, India, Russia. Some of the world's largest emitters argued that climate change could be addressed in other ways. But delegates from Malawi noted that while small island nations and least developed countries and nations are typically not major emitters, climate change will make them more vulnerable to instability. How does climate change affect Malawi today? I can imagine much so in the same way as Rwanda.
Thank you very much. Firstly, to thank Slovenia, the government of Slovenia, for the warm welcome accorded to us since we arrived. We feel very much at home. As to your question, let me start by saying that for Malawi, it's not what will, it's what is. Because as we speak, we are grappling with the negative impacts of climate change. In the last month, we have had a cyclone that is unprecedented, a cyclone that has caused such destruction to infrastructure, a cyclone that has displaced people, that has led to loss of life, that has led to loss of livelihoods. And so for us, it's not like we are looking at something in the future. It is there, and it's happening, and it's having what has been foretold, the negative impacts to our country. Malawi is one of the least developed countries. And since the COVID situation, we have been grappling to rejuvenate our economy. So we've had COVID, then thereafter we have had, every year we have had cyclones. And every year they brought in negativity to our country. The recent Cyclone Freddy, had winds of up to 90 kilometers an hour. So we've had flooding, we've had landslides, mudslides that have buried people's homes in a country that is already having a very precarious economic situation. And so for us, climate change is a security threat because people have been displaced and these people need support from government. And in the very precarious situation that we are in, from the thin envelope that already was there, we have to ensure that these people are provided shelter. These people displaced are in schools. And so if they are camping in schools, it means there's no schooling. And then already we are at variance with the SDG on education. Because of Cyclone Freddy, water infrastructure has been disrupted. And so there is the threat of disease. We already have some cholera in the country, which has never been there before. At a time when normally cholera will come around November, we've had a whole year of cholera. And so we have people that need shelter. Government has to provide shelter. Government has to ensure that people's businesses restart. So for us, climate change is a security. It can lead to unstable governments. People expect so much from their government. And if the government is not able to provide, because people are now, you have to provide food. They're in those camps. We have to now make sure that we have access to financing to provide food, access to financing to reconstruct shelter, access to rebuild the schools, because some of the schools have been washed away. So for us, this is an issue that needs concerted effort, an issue that needs collaboration, global collaboration. And then as if it's not enough, as we're having this Cyclone Freddy in the southern part of Malawi. In the northern part of Malawi was the other extreme drought. We have had a drought that has destroyed food crops. And so then last 2 weeks, we've had rain that has destroyed the already dried crops. So in a country such as Malawi, where we are having extreme weather from opposite sides, on the one side, rains, 6 months rain falling in 4 days. In the other extreme, we have drought that has destroyed crops. And so we're at a juncture where, what do we do for our people? Can the global financing mechanism assist? How do we access that? And that's another challenge because of the complexity of accessing that financing. We have a program that is to restore our landscapes, to build, to plant up to trees on 4.5 million hectares of land. That needs resources. We have just passed a disaster risk management law in the last week. And really, because of this disaster that we've had, to make it easier for us to access financing, we have a fund, and it makes government look at the way of sensitizing the public, but also making sure that we respond to these disasters. And so, for us, the issue of climate change being an issue of security cannot be overemphasized. It has to be there on the world agenda. It has to be there in the UN Security Council, because that's the only way we can highlight these issues. Thank you.
Before we continue, let us turn our attention to the screens and listen to Mr. John Kerry, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate from the United States of America.
Hello, everyone. I am sorry that I'm not able to join you in person, but I'm really pleased to be able to be with you virtually to discuss the threats that are posed by the climate crisis to the security of Africa, Europe, and indeed the entire world. First, let me extend my sincere thanks to Slovenian President Nataša Pirc-Musar and also to Foreign Minister Tanja Fajon and to the entire Slovenian government for hosting this critical discussion. Slovenia has long been a leader calling attention to the security risks posed by climate crisis and environmental destruction. And you are a key partner now in our efforts to put these issues more squarely on the table of the UN Security Council and the UN system as a whole. The truth is, you could not be organizing this conference at a more important time. The world is facing more dangerous climate impacts with each passing year. Mother Nature is sending us a message on an annual, if not daily basis. And we're witnessing an increasing frequency and severity of disasters all around the world. We're also seeing rising food and energy insecurity, which in itself creates dangerous compounding risks. All of these impacts exacerbate displacement of human beings and create irregular migration and higher sustainable development problems in countries that already face economic governance and security vulnerabilities. And these shocks will only further compound as the climate crisis accelerates. We know that it is essential for countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to mitigate the worldwide security impacts that will be heightened if we exceed the limit of 1.5 degrees centigrade of warming. But while we are mitigating future climate catastrophe, we also know that we have to do more to prepare vulnerable and insecure regions for the changes that they're experiencing now. So let me extend my thanks to those African leaders and representatives joining the discussion today. You bring with you a first-hand knowledge of the risks, but you also bring with you the potential for building solutions across regions. Africa is home to 17 of the world's top 20 most vulnerable climate countries, many of which are already experiencing conflict or instability right now. Meanwhile, the climate crisis has already decreased agricultural productivity on the continent by as much as 40%. So it's clear that this is a region in need of rapid deployment of solutions in order to prevent even more dangerous instability from taking hold. High on the priority list is a climate adaptation, which is critical for minimizing impacts and reducing the tensions that ignite conflict. Last year, President Biden announced plans to provide, working with Congress, $150 million in new support for climate adaptation in Africa. Now, this includes capacity building, support for mobilizing private finance to address food security, and support to strengthen regional risk insurance pools that help African countries access the layered insurance coverage that they need to successfully manage increasingly frequent and intense climate-related extreme weather events. As a critical component of President Biden's emergency plan for adaptation and resilience, the PREPARE plan, the United States is actively responding to the UN Secretary General's call for early warning to all. And we're doing that in the face of all climate impacts that are compelling us to heed these warnings more than ever before. Our support for climate adaptation also includes new investments in climate observations, information management, and early warning systems so that we can expand the capacity in vulnerable countries around the world. My friends, we have to work together to better predict how weather shocks and resource stress is going to lead to new tensions or simply add to old conflicts boiling over. With better predictive tools, we can actually increase the availability of food and water. We can increase the resilience of critical infrastructure, and we can better prepare for severe weather events. But it won't be enough if these warnings aren't taking factors like fragility and conflict into account. And it'll be too late if these efforts don't reach those who need it on the ground, such as the places where UN peacekeeping missions are already deployed. That's why within the UN system, we must ensure strong coordination between the humanitarian, security, and climate programs in order to better address the root causes of fragility. So we look forward to the Secretary General's new agenda for peace next year, and we hope its recommendations integrate climate and food security. That integration is fundamental for development and security programming to be able to thrive in a climate-changing world. The United States will continue to work to address climate security issues through the UN Security Council, hopefully with many of the partners here today. Such actions, which Russia and China unfortunately continue to oppose, will help to improve systems for prediction and action against the growing climate threats. I think you know there is no time to lose. We all are aware that climate crisis is threatening the very foundations of international peace and security, to which we are committed to doing our utmost to preserve. Climate policy itself is security policy, and it is economic policy, and we need to treat them as such, linked inexorably. The threats that we face are only growing, and so too, my friends, must our resolve to face them head on. I'm confident that if we will pull ourselves together, pay attention to the facts, and act now, we can win this battle. And we look forward to going forward with you.
That was Mr. John Kerry. Cooperation is the key, one would say. The presidency of the African Union is in the hands of Comoros at the moment. How does the African Union tackle the continent's climate insecurities? What mechanisms are there?
Bien sûr, l'Union africaine gère aujourd'hui est présidée par les Comores. Elle est confrontée par le défi de résoudre les problèmes du climat. Le problème du climat dont vous avez, tout le monde se met d'accord pour dire que c'est l'Afrique qui subit en premier et même de manière très très grave le réchauffement climatique. Or, l'Afrique ne pollue qu'à hauteur de 4% au niveau mondial. Et nous sommes confrontés à cette injustice, parce qu'il s'agit d'injustice. Nous, on dit, les Africains consomment moins d'électricité. Ils ont moins de voitures. Ils produisent moins d'alimentation, donc il n'y a pas de gaspillage alimentaire. Ils ont moins d'agriculture mécanisée. Ils ont moins de tout. Au niveau de la résilience et de l'adaptation climatique, nous savons déjà faire, puisque toutes ces choses-là, on les utilise déjà à minima par rapport au reste du monde. Et qu'aujourd'hui, nous sommes aussi contraints à faire moins, à subir encore une famine par l'insécurité alimentaire. Alors que dans les pays développés, on continue encore à produire énormément et de façon même inutile de fois. Je veux dire les choses comme ils le sont. Hein. Et on nous dit, au moment où, pour résoudre effectivement le problème de la famine, de l'insécurité alimentaire, quand on sait que nous disposons de plus de 60% des terres arables qui sont disponibles pour l'agriculture au monde aujourd'hui, on ne peut pas les mettre en culture parce qu'il nous faut de la technologie, il nous faut des machines pour pouvoir produire de manière suffisante pour que nos populations puissent avoir de quoi manger. Nous avons de l'eau, mais on ne sait pas comment l'acheminer, les infrastructures nous manquent. Nous avons besoin de produire, de commercer entre nous par des mécanismes d'intégration interafricaine. Nous n'avons pas les infrastructures pour le faire. Donc, notre manière de combattre, c'est de mettre en place ces programmes. Ce programme qui s'appelle la ZLECAF, la zone de libre-échange économique africaine, qui permettrait peut-être à l'ensemble des Africains de produire très proche, de consommer africain, pour qu'on évite aussi les grandes distances, les grands problèmes qui se posent aujourd'hui. Notre façon de lutter, c'est aussi de faire de sorte à ce que nous arrivions à produire nos propres médicaments, parce que pour être en mesure de se confronter par aux pandémies, aujourd'hui, par exemple, je pense à l'agence du médicament qui sera bientôt chez mon frère à Vincent Burita au Rwanda. Nous pensons à comment produire nos propres vaccins, par exemple, et nous avons encore d'autres problèmes aujourd'hui. Comment on peut nous dire, par exemple, on nous dit d'arrêter l'utilisation des énergies fossiles. Nous le voulons bien. Nous le voulons bien. Mais comment nous allons faire à ce que les Africains qui n'ont pas l'électricité, qui n'ont pas de quoi mécaniser leur agriculture, de faire à ce que nous arrivons à répondre à tous ces problèmes-là. Donc pour nous, les outils dont nous avons besoin, c'est effectivement de mobiliser toutes les énergies, les intelligences possibles pour, bien évidemment, conjuguer la nécessité d'avoir le minimum pour permettre à nos populations de rester sur place, de ne pas faire les migrations dont ça cause beaucoup de problèmes, de leur permettre de se soigner sur place et, effectivement, de répondre à l'impératif climatique, puisque dans tous les cas, on est dans le même monde, et c'est ça ce qui est peut-être malheureux. On est dans le même monde et nous subirons de toute façon ce que nous n'avons pas contribué à faire aujourd'hui. Et c'est pour cela qu'il faut aujourd'hui que les pays développés se rendent compte que l'Afrique est, à mon avis, la solution pour atténuer déjà la problématique du réchauffement climatique. Puisque nous sommes déjà ceux qui absorbons pratiquement l'essentiel si nous nous mettons, si tous les Africains se mettaient à produire au même rythme, au même que les pays occidentaux, je pense que le monde exploserait. Le monde exploserait parce que le réchauffement climatique, c'est une bombe. On avait dit on dépasserait rapidement les 1,5 qu'on veut ne pas les avoir. Donc, on a tous intérêt à se tenir dans la main et de manière sincère avec l'Afrique, avec l'Union africaine, pour relever ce défi en proposant les bonnes solutions, les solutions équitables et qui permettent effectivement à offrir justement à l'Afrique la possibilité de produire sur place, bien évidemment en tenant compte des atouts, parce que nous sommes les champions des solutions pour le réchauffement climatique. Nous faisons notre part, nous avons fait et nous continuons à le faire. Et si on nous laisse tomber, je pense qu'on sera obligé de produire comme vous le faites, vous l'avez déjà fait, et les résultats seront catastrophiques. Voilà l'Afrique, le défi de l'Afrique et de l'Union africaine aujourd'hui. Bien évidemment, avec toutes les solutions possibles et imaginables, on les mettra en place pour, ensemble, on réussisse à sauver le monde.
One could say that climate injustice is actually at the core of the international inability or, let's say, we could say inability to tackle the question of climate change and climate security more aggressively or even more sincerely, put it that way. How does Rwanda actually cope with the climate environmental injustice, dealing with other counterparts during,
Yes, it is true that developed countries have contributed and are still contributing to climate change more than Africa. I understand that the G20 countries have contributed to 75% of emissions, while the rest of the world has contributed only to 25%. Yet the African continent is suffering from the continent which is most suffering from the effects of climate change. And okay, the world has come together to put in place mechanism to address climate change. You have the Green Climate Fund, but you know that even the funds which were committed by the developed world has not been mobilized. We said, I think, $100 billion per year, but we are not there yet. And we need really to be aware and to be convinced that if we don't address climate change all together, we will face the consequences all together. And climate injustice need to be addressed, but as a least developed world, we cannot sit there and wait until the developed world comes to help us. We need also to put in place the right policies. We need to adopt the best practices and to put in place our own mechanism to address climate change. And this is the reason why in Rwanda, we have what I mentioned earlier, the Green Growth and Climate Resilience Strategy. We have our National Adaptation Program of Action. We have put in place our Green Fund, and we're mobilizing resources for us to be able to face climate change and to prevent it to deteriorate further. But this being said, I'll say it again, climate change is a global challenge, and the whole world needs to understand that if we wanted to achieve any tangible result, we need to work together. And it doesn't matter if some are saying they are developed and they have contributed to climate change. When the consequences come, there are those consequences which will not be just kept away just because we are developed. There are consequences which will affect all of us. Today it is Africa, it is the least developed countries, islands which are the most affected, but the threat of climate change will not be kept away just because some of us have developed more than others. So we need really to work together, but to work together means that everyone needs to do something about it, starting with our own poor countries. And Rwanda has done its part. We are doing our part. We have policies in place. We have plans of actions. We have tools like the Green Fund. We are addressing landslides issues. We are protecting our land. We are putting in place agriculture resilient, climate resilient agriculture and infrastructure climate resilient. So all these, we are doing all these. And this should be done by every country. You cannot sit there and complain while doing nothing. We are doing our part, but once again, we need to work with all other countries, with all partners, to make sure that we really we put in place the capacity to adapt and to adapt to climate change and protect the food production systems, and to protect our land, to make sure that water is available to everybody. Otherwise, we're going to face the consequences. Even today, these so-called developed countries are facing some consequences of climate change in terms of irregular migration, because climate change leads to displacement of people. Some of these people are displaced on the African continent in the region, but some others are crossing oceans to migrate to Europe and other parts of the world. So today, everybody is facing somehow the consequences of climate change. Once again, we need to work together and tackle climate change globally. Thank you.
Although being small emitters, undeveloped or underdeveloped countries are pressured to make pledges of, let's say, adopting some mechanisms to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by, let's say, Malawi adopted such pledge, or by 2040, 6% unconditional, plus a further 45% conditional on support for cutting greenhouse gas emissions. But one can imagine that being bombarded by drought at the north and heavy rains and hurricanes on the south, it's hard to follow those pledges. But still, the pledges are there. How committed and how active can Malawi, after Freddy and drought, be to actually follow those commitments?
Thank you. Indeed, we did make some pledges. We produced our own nationally determined contributions with the said timelines, and we need up to close to $50 billion to achieve that. But that is an ambition that we have. We have to hope that that is what we're going to achieve, because without that, then we can't plan anything. We need to plan. We need to work towards that target. And that is why we have established a climate change fund, so that we're able to mobilize resources, doing our bit, and ensuring that we have policies that speak to that goal. To that end, we have expressed concern on the financing mechanisms that are there to assist countries to be more resilient, also to build adaptation. The mechanisms that are there are cumbersome to access. And this has been said at COP26. It was the same issue at COP27, that pleading with a financing mechanism to simplify access to financing. Because apart from what we generate locally, and which is now, may not be that much, considering that we have to rebuild and reconstruct after Cyclone Freddy, we need that support. We can talk about climate change. Unfortunately, climate change impacts do not segregate who are the greatest emitters, who are not. I mean, they don't see borders. And so we are on the receiving end. Whilst the developed countries have the resilience to withstand the impact, we do not have. So we're trying to put in place policies that help us to build adaptation. We need financing to build dams. This water that's coming through, causing flooding, it is destructive, yes, but it's something that can be put to good use if we could construct dams. But for us to construct dams to harvest that water, we need financing. And so that is why we need this issue of climate change on the world stage, so that countries such as ours are assisted to build this resilience. It is a cross-cutting issue. It affects all our SDGs. And so if we do not address the issues of climate change impact on us, the less developed countries, then we will achieve nothing. The world has to pull together to make sure countries such as ours are assisted in order for us to meet the nationally determined contributions. Otherwise, it is going to be an illusion going forward. But we need that support. We are doing our best. We have policies that enable that goal. We are doing landscape restoration. we are water harvesting, we are sensitizing communities. Traditional leaders have a greater role as well. These traditional leaders are the champions in our rural areas to help us and make people understand the impacts of climate change. And so, yes, it is an illusion for the time being, but it's an illusion that we are prepared to follow through. We have to make sure that we build that resilience, build the necessary infrastructure, but we need the global support. And then there is the issue of these carbon markets. It is a new phenomenon. We have a policy now to make sure that we take advantage of the carbon trading, but we lack the technical support. And so we need that technical support and collaboration in order for us to leverage on the carbon trading markets. Thank you.
Does world pulls together for Cabo Verde, or how alone are you in your struggles?
Merci bien de la question qui me permet de faire quelques commentaires essentiellement sur la coopération internationale absolument nécessaire pour que nous puissions ensemble relever ce défi. C'est un problème qui nous appartient à nous tous et chacun de nous, chaque pays, chaque institution a un rôle à jouer individuellement ou collectivement dans la gestion de ce phénomène qui peut nous conduire à une catastrophe, comme a l'habitude de le dire le secrétaire général des Nations Unies. Il faut reconnaître, comme nos collègues l'ont fait et les collègues ministres qui m'ont antécédé, cette relation très étroite entre la sécurité internationale et le changement climatique, tenant compte de l'importance de l'impact sur l'aggravation des tensions qui existent par le monde. Et cette tension, par exemple, qui a été citée par mon collègue du Comore, qui a à voir avec l'immigration, avec les flux entre les pays. Nous reconnaissons que la communauté internationale fait des efforts dans le sens du financement climatique, mais nous devons aussi accepter que ces efforts ne sont pas suffisants pour faire face à ce grand problème, cette grande menace à la paix et à la sécurité internationale, rendant nécessaire la création de structures de gouvernance mondiale avec des institutions qui soient adaptées et des fonctions aussi redéfinies pour faire face à ce grand défi qui nous appartient à tous. Ce défi majeur qui est très souvent dans la mise en œuvre des projets qui concernent le financement, tant en termes de suffisance de financement comme en termes d'accès au financement qui soit disponible. Notre gouvernement au Cabo Verde a décidé de créer un fonds climat et environnement pour gérer les financements et le gouvernement défend que de nouvelles alternatives au financement climatique international doivent être trouvées, telles que les obligations vertes et bleues et l'échange de dettes publiques, un des grands problèmes de nos pays, l'échange de dettes publiques contre l'accès à des projets climatiques qui refinancent toute l'action gouvernementale en ce domaine. Il faut donc absolument trouver de nouvelles formes de financer l'action climatique pour que l'humanité puisse voir des jours meilleurs. L'alarme sonne de plus en plus fort en cette matière, l'alarme de l'action climatique. Cette alarme sonne de plus en plus fort et il faut absolument que nous trouvions des réponses urgentes à ce défi global. Merci bien.
Rounding up the topic of climate insecurity, security, Madam Fayon, how can governments, news agencies, NGOs of developed countries communicate and tackle the importance of climate justice to their citizens?
Thank you very much. I really carefully listened to all our distinguished guests, and I had a chance to speak last week with the President of the African Union in Addis Ababa, and whenever we speak together in multilateral environments, we see that what really unites us is the fight against climate change. We are all aware it's a global fight, and we are all conscious we have to do more. Now, the pure fact that Africa can rightly speak about climate justice shows also or proves with the statistics. African continent produces 2 to 3% of carbon dioxide emissions from energy and industrial resources. And if you look the other part of the world, China, US, Europe, are the biggest consumers and at the same time the biggest polluters. And Africa is at the same time most affected with the climate change. That all indicates about climate injustice and what more we can do, those that are the biggest consumers and polluters. We have COP28, and we have to be much more ambitious in committing ourselves in limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. But this is not enough. We spoke about financing, we spoke about accountability, and what I would maybe mention for the conclusion, it was very good that we managed at COP27 to agree on creating the loss and damage fund. And I do hope it will really be efficient and start working. But it's not only about the necessary reform of the international financial system that has to take more into account the specificities of climate change, but it's also about strategic thinking, that we really make sure that the money that is there reaches the most vulnerable and the most affected from climate change. So we have to do really a lot. There is another legal aspect, and Slovenia was strongly supporting the resolution on call to ICG to define countries' responsibilities on climate change. It's not compulsory, but it's something that really can give some guidelines. And also, I wish to mention that we can do much more in our efforts to make sure that the right to clean and healthy and sustainable environment is a human right. This is what Slovenia is also trying to pursue, like-minded countries, to go that way forward. So we have really, it is a global fight, as Mr. Kerry said, we have to pull ourselves together. There is time, we have only one planet, there is no planet B, and it is a global fight. That is why I'm very grateful that we have opportunities as such to discuss what is the most pressing issue on our planet. If we don't have clean water, if we don't have clean resources and conditions for sustainable living, then we are all threatened. No matter in which part of the world, it affects us all. So once again, thank you for this very valuable debate, and I hope we all have this conscious and awareness. And sometimes I used to say, I'm grateful to young generation that brought this conscious to us with all, you know, the activities that they were pursuing in the last few years. Thank you.
Before I give the opportunity to the audience to pose questions, my final questions for all the representatives of African countries, so Madam Minister, don't be offended by it, but being in Europe, what are the main or the key challenges in negotiating with European Union or European countries on the issue of climate insecurity, climate security in your countries? Does Europe listen to your problems? No, you don't have to. The silence says it all, one would say almost.
Bien sûr, Non, bien sûr que l'Europe doit nous écouter, puisque l'insécurité, qu'il soit en Afrique, qu'il soit, peu importe, en Ukraine, touche le monde entier. Et nous avons vu aujourd'hui que le conflit qui est en Ukraine impacte l'Afrique, impacte le reste du monde, que ce soit, et notamment dans les pays insulaires, nous en prenons plein la gueule, comme on dit, par rapport à la cherté de la vie, par rapport à tout ce qui va. Moi, je dis que l'Europe est obligée de nous écouter. Ce qui est dommage, c'est qu'il l'a dit tout à l'heure, M. Burita, c'est que on propose un certain nombre de solutions. Des financements sont proposés, mais souvent, ça reste des promesses. Et l'Afrique est souvent face à un monde de promesses, mais que la réalité des choses ne se traduit pas en réalité de manière concrète. Donc, c'est tout le problème que nous avons aujourd'hui. Comment faire pour que les pays développés d'une manière générale les obliger à tenir leurs promesses, à ne pas dire toutefois des paroles, et ça avance. Je pense que l'équation est très simple aujourd'hui par rapport à la problématique du climat. Madame la ministre l'a dit tout à l'heure, l'Afrique, c'est 2,5%. Donc aujourd'hui, et Madame la ministre l'a dit tout à l'heure, ne regardons pas l'avenir, regardons ce qu'il y a déjà. Le vrai problème aujourd'hui, c'est comment faire pour que l'Afrique puisse rester au niveau de pollution de 2,5%. Il n'accélère pas. Parce que si l'Afrique accélère, on va arriver rapidement à ce que nous n'en voulons pas. Donc faisons déjà l'effort de contenir l'Afrique sur ce niveau de pollution de 2,5%, parce que si nous arrivons à 5 à 10, là, ça va être encore beaucoup plus difficile pour nous. Et si on ne se met pas d'accord sur les voies et moyens pour faire à ce que ça le soit, alors l'insécurité va augmenter, parce que les gens qui n'ont pas à manger, qui n'ont pas d'école, qui n'ont pas d'hôpitaux, ils vont se diriger là où ils sont. C'est humain, c'est naturel. C'est comme le climat. Le climat, quand il se réchauffe, c'est partout. Mais oui, la pauvreté aussi, quand elle se réchauffe, c'est l'histoire du monde a été comme ça. Tous les pays, les migrations, tous les pays qui ont été peuplés, c'est par rapport à des crises alimentaires, c'est par rapport à des crises sanitaires. Donc, ce n'est pas quelque chose de nouveau. Et nous avons intérêt à nous mettre d'accord pour qu'on traite le problème de manière globale et surtout de faire ce qu'on dit et le faire vite. Sinon, ça sera la cata, comme on dit. Merci.
The question is, does Europe listen? I'm sure they do. But perhaps, what are they doing about it, having listened? Commitments have been made. Have they adhered to those commitments? No. Is the challenge still there? Yes. Do we still need support? Yes. We do need support because one, we have not caused the damage. Two, in addressing it's the right thing to do for us to be assisted. The impact is more on less developed countries, and we need more support. We need them to simplify, like I said, access to this financing. And it's global, it's cross-cutting. It's not just one panacea that if we do just this, then we address the challenge. We have to deal with poverty. We have to deal with illiteracy. We have to deal with health issues. We have to have the necessary infrastructure in order for us to mitigate. So in all this, we need that support. Oftentimes there's support towards capacity building. Yes, capacity we do, but I think at this point, we all understand what needs to be done. What we need is to put our mouth where we have to speak, actions speak louder than words. Assist countries such as ours build that resilience, build adaptation in agriculture, help us construct dams, help us develop irrigation infrastructure so that we do not have to suffer. Like this time, we are going to have food insecurity because we do not have the necessary capacity to irrigate. We've lost food crops through drought, through flooding. But if we had the necessary infrastructure to irrigate, empower communities, that should not be a problem. So it is much more than just a climate change issue. It's an issue of the very survival of our country, an issue of the economic survival of our country. We have, like was said earlier on, to grapple with the debt burden. Help us address that debt burden so that the resources that are spared from those repayments are used to build irrigation infrastructure, to build roads that are more resilient to climate change. So there's so much that needs to be done. Yes, they're listening, but perhaps they need to do more to put their actions where their mouth is. Thank you. Oh, so sorry.
Thank you. Negotiations have always been difficult because, you know, when we are in negotiations, we are two parties or more parties, and everyone is tempted to look at his own interests, and that is normal, it is human. And in addition to climate change, negotiations have always been difficult, and commitments have been made, but they have not materialized, as my colleague said earlier. And I'm saying this is normal because even though we all agree that climate change is a global challenge which needs collective efforts, yet our situations are somehow different in various areas. Let me maybe refer to the level of industrialization. Europe has industrialized, Africa has not, and Europe has industrialized using fossil fuels. Today we are facing climate change and we're talking about energy transition. How Africa is going to industrialize without using fossil fuels? And we know that the continent is endowed with plenty of these resources. So it means that if we need to industrialize without using fossil fuels, then we need to find an alternative or compensation kind of, and that compensation should be paid by someone. It is Europe, it is the industrialized world, but I'm saying that it is normal that when we are in those kind of situations, we cannot look at the challenges in the same way. But once again, we need to work collectively and address climate change, because if today we are not, we are just negotiating and everybody is looking at his interests of the moment, then at some point, all of us face the effects of climate change in various ways. We have been negotiating about carbon price and whatever. It is always difficult to have put in place this Green Climate Fund. At last COP, we agree finally after very many years of negotiation on the loss and damage fund. But now we need to negotiate again on who will contribute to that fund and how it will be accessed. All this will take many years. And climate change will not stop wait for us to agree on all these mechanisms we put in place. So Europe is listening to us, we are negotiating, and it is human that everybody is looking at, is considering his interest of the moment. But when we deal with climate change, we need really to be aware that today you could not, maybe you don't see the consequences of climate change, but the consequences will come to you at some point, and we need to act now and act collectively. But otherwise, we are making some progress. We are making some progress, and we just need to be aware of the urgency to act and transcend our selfishness when we deal with climate change. Thank you.
Merci bien pour la question finale avec la présence aussi complice de notre collègue Tania Fayon qui nous donne l'exemple de ce que l'Europe s'intéresse aussi à que ce problème qui est un problème universel, un problème de notre planète puisse être résolu conjointement. Cette conscience globale nous montre que personne ne se sauve seul en cette matière. C'est l'épidémie de Covid-19 que nous avons eue, nous en a donné l'exemple. Il faut absolument que nous nous mettions d'accord pour résoudre, pour faire face à ce défi, pour résoudre le problème. L'Europe n'a pas une autre alternative et comme nous disait tout à l'heure, nous a rappelé la ministre Tania Fayon, nous n'avons pas une planète B, il n'y a pas d'alternative. La seule alternative, c'est que nous négocions, nous parlions, nous nous mettions d'accord et nous arrivions, par exemple, à discuter les réformes nécessaires au niveau multilatéral pour faire face à cette question d'insécurité climatique et à l'injustice climatique et que nous puissions, par exemple, aussi, par rapport à l'index multidimensionnel de vulnérabilité, nous mettre d'accord sur les critères nécessaires pour garantir les financements aux pays qui en ont le plus besoin. Il y a, je voudrais dire pour terminer, il y a des capacités installées en Afrique. Nous avons beaucoup de recherches faites en cette matière. Nous avons beaucoup de connaissances aussi accumulées en cette matière. Il faudra absolument qu'on se mette d'accord pour les utiliser et pour faire de sorte à ce que tous les partenaires se mettent à la même table pour discuter ce problème qui est un problème global qui exige une réponse globale. Merci.
I can imagine there are some eager audience members wanting to pose a question. Yeah. I'm a bit surprised. Usually when we come to this part, everyone stays silent. Now hands are shooting up. Great. Please be so kind, introduce yourself and pose the question.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Nikola and I'm a student of politology here in Slovenia. I have a question for the ministers of Rwanda and Comoros. Considering the fact that almost all of Africa is underdeveloped because of colonialism, most of it thanks to Europe, which of course continues to this day thanks to neo-colonial tactics. At the same time, Africa is the richest continent resource-wise. Would it be better if Europe stopped using Africa solely for its resources and start helping the continent industrialize in an eco-friendly way, taking into consideration that Africa has enormous potential for production of renewable energy? Thank you.
I guess the question was for Comoro and Rwanda, yes.
Merci beaucoup. Une question très pertinente. Effectivement, l'Afrique, je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, que nous avons moins de 5%, moins de 2% de pollution, 2,5% de pollution qui sont le fait de l'Afrique. Et j'ai dit tout à l'heure que la question qui se pose aujourd'hui, c'est de savoir est-ce que nous aidons l'Afrique à rester à ce niveau-là, puisque je l'avais dit tout à l'heure aussi que l'Afrique produit moins au niveau agricole, produit moins au niveau éducation. Les ressources africaines, parce qu'ils ont existé depuis, ont servi à développer l'Afrique. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, on continue à maintenir l'Afrique dans un niveau de sous-développement qui, dans tous les cas, va amener à couper le plus de bois, par exemple pour se réchauffer, va pousser les gens à faire encore des migrations, va pousser encore aux gens, quand il y aura la famine, à faire des changements inconstitutionnels, puisque nous le voyons. Est-ce que nous allons laisser l'Afrique, pour ceux qui n'arrivent pas à voir un travail ou à manger dans les pays du Sahel, être enrôlés dans le système du terrorisme sur le plan international et mobiliser beaucoup de moyens pour n'y arriver pas à lutter, où on développe l'Afrique de manière cohérente, en conformité avec les enjeux climatiques du moment, puisque nous voulons être aussi la solution au niveau du changement climatique. Effectivement, l'Europe se doit non seulement d'utiliser moins d'énergie fossile, et de prendre moins de matières premières en Afrique, mais peut-être nous accompagner, nous aussi, pour ne pas les utiliser. Parce que si nous allons les utiliser, de toutes les façons, on n'aura pas résolu le problème, puisqu'on reviendra au même niveau de pollution et on n'aura pas la solution. Donc, il faut absolument que les pays développés baissent leur niveau, prennent moins de matières premières fossiles en Afrique, mais aussi nous accompagner dans les alternatives, puisqu'ils existent. Et en Afrique, nous avons un potentiel énorme en matière d'énergie renouvelable. Nous avons l'eau, nous avons la mer, nous avons le vent, nous avons tous ces outils-là qui peuvent nous permettre de faire mieux et plus mieux. Donc je pense que la solution, elle doit être négociée, elle doit être partagée, mais c'est surtout aider l'Afrique à se développer de manière cohérente avec les enjeux climatiques et demander à l'Europe d'utiliser moins d'énergie fossile. En tout cas, ils ont les technologies, c'est eux qui ont la technologie, c'est eux qui ont les moyens financiers. Et mon cher Vincent a dit tout à l'heure, le gros problème que nous avons en Afrique, aujourd'hui, peut-être même quand on dispose de solutions, pour financer, c'est un problème. Notre financement, accéder à la finance internationale pour financer ces solutions innovantes, c'est un problème pour nous, puisque nous sommes notés par des agences qui nous permettent pas d'accéder, sinon soit aux finances au niveau mondial, mais deux fois, quand on y arrive, c'est très cher. Du coup, on n'y arrive pas à nous développer. On est bloqué sur la matière première, on est bloqué sur les solutions, même quand on les a, puisqu'il a dit l'Afrique dispose aussi de technologies, il a une certaine connaissance. Mais pour avoir accès à un crédit, un État, il doit subir la notation des agences de notation. Comme vous le savez, ils nous notent toujours par rapport au PIB, par rapport au PNB, et nous n'avons pas la possibilité d'accéder au financement au niveau international pour peut-être pouvoir nous-mêmes mettre en place des solutions sur le financement des infrastructures, sur le financement du mix énergétique dont on se bat tous les jours, parce qu'on a aussi conscience que ce problème doit être résolu.
Before you answer, let me just say thank you to Madam Fayon. I think you have further commitments, so thank you for your participation. Okay, government session, yeah. And I think we still have some time. No, we don't. So it usually doesn't happen like that. We will allow Minister Biruta to answer this question. And then I think the photo session is in place. It usually happens in a different way. There are no questions from the audience usually. Now, today, the audience is bursting, so I can imagine this is going to be a very fruitful and very productive conference. So, Mr. Biruta, please.
Thank you. I think I already said a few words on the issue raised here. In dealing with climate change, we need to also to consider the need for the African continent to industrialize and develop. Europe and the developed world have developed using fossil fuels, and today we realize in the process they have contributed to climate change. That's a reality. And today we are in agreement that we need to deal with climate change, and in the process we are asking everybody to slow down on fossil fuels. Yet Africa needs these fossil fuels to industrialize and to develop, and we have plenty of these resources on the continent. In dealing with energy transition, we need either to have some flexibility in relation to the need of the African continent to industrialize, or we need to invest in new technologies which could allow us to really transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy and be able to develop and be able to industrialize. So otherwise, the developed world will find a way to compensate for the African countries which could not use the fossil fuels to industrialize. So we need to look at all these aspects: investment in new technologies, some flexibility in transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energies, or a compensation mechanism which would allow the African continent to develop in a green way without polluting, without adding to carbon emissions, which are already very high. So all these need to be considered, but you cannot just say that today we need to put aside the fossil fuels without having affordable and reliable alternatives, or without a compensation mechanism for the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I will have to deprive you of your questions. Let me just kindly invite you to the break that is going to take place now, and then please do return at 10:45 for the panel, next panel, UN Security Council and climate security. The question, what's next?
Good morning. I hope everybody's managed to grab some refreshments and a coffee and is now ready and sufficiently caffeinated for this morning's first panel discussion. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this, our first kind of chance to get deeper into some of the topics that we picked up on in the excellent leader session this morning. This is a hybrid conference, so since we're being live streamed via the Slovenian ministries and the Chatham House Africa Programme's Facebook pages, I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to our virtual audience. So as I think you're all aware, this conference is designed to be really interactive and participatory. So the structure of today's panel is that we will have a lively discussion, and then I really will make sure we have enough time to open up the floor to questions and discussion points from the audience. So I will urge our panel to really keep their answers as succinct as possible so that we have space for a discussion. And since this is an on-the-record conference, which means that anybody is welcome to share and attribute any of the comments and points made today. I'll also encourage you to share any of your reflections about these discussions via social media and use the hashtag #AfricaDays and #CHAfrica so that more people can engage in this debate online as well. So I'd now like to extend a very warm welcome to our excellent panel for this session, UN Security Council and climate security. The key question, what next? So Mr. Desikan Naidu is the Senior Research Associate for the Institute of Security Studies based in Africa. Professor Simone Borg is the Ambassador for Climate Change for Malta. Dr. Sinead Walsh is the Climate Director for the Development Cooperation and Africa Division at the Department for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ireland. And Ms. Hafsa Malim is a Senior Researcher at the Stockholm Institute for Peace Research, the Stockholm Institute for Peace Research, SIPRI. Full biographies of the speakers are available on the desk outside, so I don't want to spend any more time, particularly because this panel does not really need a further introduction. So I'd like to then spend our remaining time getting into the key questions that we have. So I think this topic is incredibly timely. I mean, we heard in the previous panel that climate policy is security policy. So while we kind of acknowledge this growing recognition of this fact, Security Council members are increasingly agreeing on the gravity of climate security as one of the major risks to international peace and security. In practice, they really remain divided about the appropriateness of addressing these risks within the mandate of the UN Security Council. Is the Security Council the right forum for this? And this really was palpable in the recent veto, unfortunately, under the Irish presidency, and Sinead can speak about this a little further, the veto of a resolution on the security implications of climate change at the end of 2021. Since then, several members have taken significant efforts to revive this topic, the topic of climate security, within the UN Security Council, with the African and European countries in the Council, the elected members, being some of the strongest advocates. And this session, this panel, will really examine what the UN Security Council's role in addressing climate security can actually be. What are the limitations? How relevant is it? Is it a Council issue? And who else can do what alongside the Council to further this agenda? So, Desikan, I'd like to start with you. Since we've just had the African COP and this event is Africa Days, there's obviously many Africa-specific priorities for climate action, but specifically climate security action. We heard in the first panel from the foreign ministers the specific implications that climate change is having on human security and by extension, international security for these African nations. But if we narrow this aperture to climate security beyond kind of climate action, what do you see as Africa's 3 priorities for multilateral action on climate security?
Thank you, Chidani, and good morning, everyone. And thanks again to our hosts for having us here and having this global discussion. It is a critical one. I think the first thing to put out is that there was a great complexity around this UN Security Council decision. You know, we get a lot of news feed around what happened in the Security Council chamber, and that there were 2 votes against and 1 abstention, and various attributions have been made around that. But behind that were the General Council discussions, where 80 countries expressed a negative view on the Security Council being the right vehicle for this. And I think it was far more an expression around the trust in the institution as opposed to whether or not the topic was the right one. Because Africa has actually been clear on this matter. Africa, leading up to that vote in December 2021, had already pronounced itself on various aspects of the nexus between climate and security, yes, but further than that, climate development and security as a nexus. And the AU Peace and Security Council, in fact, met under that banner before the Security Council meeting. The African continent has also incorporated climate and security matters as part of its discussions under the auspices of CAHOSC, which is the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change, currently headed up by the Kenyan president. So this connection is something that has a high level of appreciation, firstly, and secondly, far too many examples on the African continent of how this can escalate in a manner that is sometimes, and we've had 3 unconstitutional changes of government, 5 actually, in the last 3 years, that have some root around the instability and the threat accelerator that climate is. So I think the African position is fairly clear on the vehicle to use, but this UN Security Council also is heralding climate as a lens through which to revisit the global institutional architecture, one of which is around security and the UN Security Council, and more broadly, the UN reform process. But as Mia Motley put out at COP27, we also have to relook at the global financial architecture and whether or not that global architecture, which was built primarily on the back of a fossil fuel economy, is in fact fit for purpose for a low carbon economy, and is it fit for purpose around the transition to a low carbon economy, hence the Bridgetown initiative. So it's a long-winded way to answer your question, but it's high priority for the continent. I think on the issue itself, on the substance itself, the continent is really joined up. But when engaging those countries on the African continent that were part of the 80 that either voted against or abstained, the issue was far more about the appropriateness of the UN infrastructure currently, with the current composition, to be able to engage the issue.
Thank you. I think that you really touch on an important point that came up in the leaders panel as well, that it's not simply about the right institutions, but also the aid architecture being fit for purpose, and not just about how much aid, but also how accessible that aid is to not just the least developed, but also the most fragile. And there are, I think it was put very succinctly, it's just too burdensome or cumbersome at the moment for it to be effective. Thank you. Ambassador Simone Borg, Malta, I think really under its UN Security Council presidency, took some really great strides, I think, reflecting on the consensus that was built around those that did vote in favor of the resolution that Sigan mentioned. I think that was kind of capitalized on and built upon in Malta's recent open debate on climate security under its February UN Security Council presidency. And I think it was really effective in moving the dial on a specific issue, on looking at the international security issues pertaining to sea level rise. So what struck me as really interesting, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this, was what was the thinking behind that particular framing? So climate change is huge, it's vast, it has no boundaries, but you chose a specific aspect of climate change to focus on, sea level rise.
Around $100 billion into that pot. You're not helping to create the global solidarity that you need in order for us to get to the next step of this game. But in parallel, let's be clear, we're getting increasingly desperate. I mean, the sixth assessment report, which was referred to, is absolutely explicit. And we've been listening to the sixth assessment report now for the third year, because it started in 2021, and the synthesis report came out last month, and it's explicit. We now have scientific consensus, so if you like, we're beyond a more difficult era that strangled the first 5 reports. But secondly, at 1.1 degrees as a global average, and Rwanda is saying it's 1.4 in Rwanda, in Southern Africa it's 1.2, we're in dire straits, the world is in dire straits, and that should provide the kind of momentum to get to the next level of the game. And to pin down one thing quite specifically, I mean, one of the core issues in the resolution was to ask the Secretary General to produce regular reports through the lens of security on the state of climate in the world. That is something, yes, the Security Council can lead, but it does not have to be the only place that leads. I think we can use a range of other institutions in order to be able to cross over that bridge. One is the FCCC, and I have to say that as an African, we're really proud about COP27. We managed to get much further than we were speculating about, and I think that's really great. It was truly an African COP. Apologies to everybody else, of course you're important too. But in parallel to that, the move that happened concomitantly with the Biological Diversity Convention, pretty big. The High Seas Treaty immediately after that, pretty big. There is a head of steam in the broader UN system that needs to be galvanized to become part of the momentum around moving this much, much further, and perhaps, at least in 2023, a little bit more safely than the UN Security Council.
Okay, thank you. Simone and Sinead, I want to ask you both the same question. I think clearly things are incredibly difficult with the geopolitics of this in the Security Council, but if we just step out of the real world into an ideal world and we remove the veto problem, if we remain pragmatic, kind of the Council's mandate is still as it is, what would you see as the main challenges, or what do we need for effective engagement on climate security within the Security Council? Removing the veto issue. Simone, I'll start with you. Yeah.
Well, that's $1 million question. Right. The veto issue we've removed. However, I've been in this process for 3.5 decades. And climate has always been the not now issue, because there's always been some crisis of some sort, be it a financial crisis, be it COVID, be it whatever, a number of wars that have stopped the process. So until we actually take everything in context and say, this is part of the cauldron of crisis, like the Secretary General called it, no? And we have to factor it in. It's there. We have the science that clearly shows us that we're there. And so we need to get our act together. I think, maybe because I come from a small country, but I do believe that dialogue is the primary tool to engage all parties even within the Security Council, to continue to look at the issue from the horizontal perspective, in the sense of what has been done so far within the Security Council. A lot of work. And I think by contextualizing the issue, looking, as the other speakers have said, at the real examples of how security issues are affecting regions, the hotspots in the world, but even other regions that perhaps we don't usually associate with any kind of turmoil. We are seeing the effects of climate change causing problems and affecting the economic the economic viability of many regions in the world that previously did not have to face such problems. So I think the focus on the dialogue first and giving concrete contextual example, systemizing things, you know, trying to look at what the whole array of security issues tied with climate. We focused on sea level rise, but it's definitely not the only aspect. I mean, we talked about this morning, for example, the spread of vector-borne diseases. I think this is something that was always there, something that IPCC has always mentioned as one of the main effects of climate change, but it's always been on the back burner. Ocean acidification, for instance, is also another aspect. So I think if we focus on the different factors that would cause a security threat, contextualize it, and then work in synergy with the other institutions, the other UN organs, the other setups that exist. Nobody is asking the Security Council to take the lead in itself. It just needs to be involved just like the other organs of the UN, the other agencies of the UN have done. We talk about mainstreaming climate change. And it has to work, therefore, to support the UNGA, the UNFCCC process, ECOSOC, etc. So I think dialogue, context, and also synergizing, mainstreaming the role of the Security Council, being a partner with the other organs, agencies, and institutions, and even the private institutes as well, the research institutes, to drive it forward.
Excellent, thank you. Sinead.
Yeah, no, I would certainly agree with all of that, and I think Desigan also it's comes back to what you said, that you know the council does not exist in some kind of a vacuum, right? And the countries that sit on the council also sit on other things, are involved in other fora. So I think part of the answer to this is that kind of, you know, building from the ground up. So I think the regional level is really important. Janani, you might want to say a bit more about this, but one of the things that we're involved in at the moment is supporting the AU on sort of a climate risk assessment for the continent that Adelphi is supporting them with as well. And I, you know, in I think the end of 2021, we worked with ECOWAS and UNOWAS on doing some work on, you know, specifically climate and security risks in West Africa and the Sahel. You know, what do they look like, what to do. So I think part of it is supporting the regional level so that, you know, that can also kind of filter up. But also, and I don't know who referred to this earlier, it might have been Hafsa, you know, also recognizing that, you know, you can have great climate language in lots of UN Security Council resolutions, but if the resourcing is not there for those UN missions, for example, then, you know, you're kind of wasting your time. So one of the things that we did, and I know others have done similar, is, you know, we're supporting a climate and security advisor in the UN, in UNMISS in South Sudan. I know there's a similar structure in Somalia. So it's trying to sort of say, okay, there's language in the resolution, but there's also some, you know, people and some money to help, you know, a UN mission with a host government look at what does that actually look like, and what actions can you tangibly take? Because I often think, you know, you can't really envy people in UN missions. You know, they get the new resolution for the mandate renewal or whatever, and they're looking at it and they're saying, okay, now climate, now gender, now, you know, and they're looking around saying, okay, we have the same people that we had last year. So I think resourcing that, we're also supporting a kind of a global training program of UN staff on climate and security in the UN staff college in Italy. So I think we need to resource you know, the UN to be genuinely kind of mainstreaming this, but also, you know, supporting the regional level, you know, and the country level, with the hope that this will kind of filter up. And last point, I mean, I think the UNFCCC, I mean, I'm very involved with the UNFCCC. You know, it's not like that is some sort of, you know, wonderfully easy forum either, right? It also has its challenges, but I think, yeah, it is well worth, Egypt gave it a stab. They launched this climate peace initiative. I think UAE are very interestingly positioned now, right? Because they're on the council, but they're also hosting COP28. So I think absolutely maximizing that UNFCCC link would be good, and all with that, with that intention of trying to build the groundswell outside the council to hopefully, lead to a situation where the council kind of, really just would be, so out of step that at some point it really becomes kind of absurd. I mean, some people would say that bridge has already been crossed, but obviously we still need to get there formally.
Thank you so much. That's really concrete things: dialogue, contextualization, partnerships, bringing in all the regional institutions in Africa, and then importantly, this resourcing, not just in terms of finance, but also in capacity. And I think it's also worth a shout out to the Slovenian government for not just holding this dialogue, but also supporting their training on climate security. And I think that's really kind of reinforcing what you've said is a real priority to Sinead. Interestingly, the point that you made, Simone, about the need to move this from a not now issue to a now issue is about prevention, and Article 24, it's prevention of future generations from the scourge of war, and yet the council can't seem to do anything preventatively. But when we hear where the resourcing is going, a lot is going into predictive tools, and even John Kerry in his input today said they're going to be supporting more predictive analysis, and yet we see that on the ground in reality, you can spend all you like on predictive analysis and it's still not becoming a today issue. And I was really interested but not surprised that neither of you mentioned let's invest more in yet more predictive analysis. And yeah, Hafsa, you're smiling, so I'd like to speak to you before I open the floor to the audience about this point. So if we have the best analysis, if we get the right text in the mandates, and you've got the lack of these obstacles in the Security Council, you've got specific language so that action can happen on the ground. Okay, let me frame this less negatively. not what are the obstacles? What do we need for this action to actually, for the language in mandates to actually play out in terms of kind of effective preventative action in UN missions? Yeah, peacekeeping missions.
Wow, so focusing on UN missions, okay. That's a bit of a tough one, but what do we need? Should we get the language? Should we have the consensus? How can it play out? And I think that has already been answered very easily. It's a politics, but the resourcing as well. And it's so, I would like to link this to actually lessons learned, and I'm quite, piggybacking on some work that the UN University, Center for Response did, as well as with Adelphi, and some work that was done by the Security Council report. And I reference this because I am a firm believer of trying to convert what we know to be able to accompany the decisions that are made. And this is very important, and I would come to it because, trying to link this into the issue of peacekeeping. One of the things that came out very strongly in this conversation on peacekeeping and taking it forward was there was a possibility, or there was some momentum rather, in language in the Security Council when the host country showed some interest. And it was able to provide actually concrete evidence. So when they presented and showed what the linkages were and what the challenges were and why this was important to them, then we did not see even some of the geopolitics playing out in some of these resolutions. So they were adopted. This is why mandates are still being renewed with language that has Security Council, climate security in it. So that is a very important lesson to take out. So what does that tell us then? We need to be, now that's a political capital that we've seen. How do we leverage it? Don't dump it on the UN and then say, here's the language, here's the operative clause. give them money to be able to do it. So the advisors is a great step, and I really commend a lot of the work that is being done. And they're doing a lot of the predictive analysis. They're doing a lot of input into trying to provide these reports that you're hearing, coming from the ground. What are the linkages between climate change and peace and security on the ground? But how can they implement moving forward? So further investment is needed. If you're going to alleviate the skepticism of the Security Council, you need to be able to show them proof that this is what we have done. So we have collected data, that, we have boots on the ground, they are being impacted. It's not just about the lives that are being impacted, but the capacity of the operations, the capacity to effectively implement these mandates on the ground are being impacted by these changing weather patterns. So you need to be able to show that that is being done by the advisors. And then these are the mitigation, this is the advice that has been provided, this is how it has been implemented, and this is what the positive result looks like. So we need to be able to, take the win that we have right now, which is these advisors and the momentum and the language that we have in the peacekeeping operations. We need to invest further so that we can be able to show concrete results. And I think this is the one concrete way in which we can get the council to be able to then say, okay, there's very little to debate this issue any further. I think that would be my sell.
Thank you. That was a very concrete, specific response. We're very grateful for that. I'd like to open the floor to questions for our panel. I think there should be a microphone. And I'll just ask you to just give your name and your affiliation so that people know who you are.
So hello, I would first like to thank all of the panelists. It's been a really enjoyable panel. My name is Manca Štritov. I'm a student of IR here in Ljubljana in Slovenia. My question is regarding the ICJ advisory opinion that is to come regarding the legal obligations towards developing countries and future generations that was led by Vanuatu. I have two questions. What do you anticipate from this advisory opinion as it will come, and will it affect perhaps power relations inside the General Assembly and the Security Council? Thank you.
Thank you. I might just take a couple more questions if there are any and put them to the panel together. No? Yeah? Hiding behind the podium.
Thank you. Good morning. Mine is not necessarily a question. It's just a comment. Ghana is a member of the UN Security Council. We secured the membership for the term 2022 to 2023. And our theme being enhancing global peace and security for sustainable and inclusive development. I think this encompasses most of the issues we are discussing today. And of course, linked with the core mandate of the Security Council, which is maintaining international peace and security. Of course, we've heard lots of comments which directly affect Ghana. We've heard comments about famine, poverty, drought, displacement, migration. And we have even seen, as one person said, extremism at play. We've realized communal clashes over scarce resources, over grazing rights between local farmers and nomadic herdsmen. We are experiencing near violent extremism due to spillover effects from certain areas of our borders, which Ghana is really fighting, which is why our president has brought out the Accra Initiative to collaborate with other countries in the region. And this violent extremism is brought about because these violent extremists are in a position to provide what the depleted arable lands cannot offer communities. So we see that our youth are being radicalized. And then this brings to the issue of the Sahel and West African region, which we are really fighting the challenges of. So we know that the Security Council has taken steps to address climate change issues, such as in 2007, the Council recognized that climate change could affect international peace and security. In 2011, the Security Council took some steps. But just as somebody said, Niger and Ireland brought up a resolution which failed. Prior to that, Ghana and Ireland had also brought up a resolution which failed as well. So then we see the clear-footed approach by some of these council members, obviously affecting our progress towards achieving what we're fighting for. And so we are also hoping that gradually climate change and security in Security Council's presidential statements, which are helping United Nations Office for West Africa and Sahel, will still progress. As we all know, in as much as climate change can negatively impact the peace and security of our countries, the reverse is also possible, which is that where there is insecurity and conflict, climate change impacts are amplified due to resilience of the people, resilience of the people, destruction of forests, and contribution to greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. So in times of conflict and insecurity, the collapse of environmental governance associated with conflicts can create conditions that allow pollution practices to flourish, and certain efforts to address them are constrained. And so Ghana is now the president of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, and we are willing to work with members within and outside the UN to address these challenges, which ultimately affect our peace and security. So we feel the United Nations should continue to work with the UN framework on Convention on Climate Change, even with the COP28, with other bodies to address these climate change challenges. So as a member of the Security Council, Ghana is ready to work with all collaborators to advance our common interests. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that perspective from Ghana. Any further questions? If not, I will turn back to our panel. Nope? Okay. Panel, over to you. Start with Sinead.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on the really good points raised by Ghana, and I think we've also worked with Ghana in the regional West Africa context, along with Niger, and I think your leadership in the CVF is really critical as well. But what I think you pointed to is the need. I mean, I know we're mostly focused on the Security Council in this panel today, but the need also for us to be really supporting, like, on the ground programming on these issues on a day-to-day basis. And to me, there's sort of two aspects of that. I mean, one is kind of any direct implementation that we're involved in. So, you know, we're supporting some work in Nigeria and Kenya, for example, which is kind of looking at communities that are in conflict with each other and then sort of saying, okay, can we use climate adaptation as a way to bring communities together, you know, something tangible. We know that climate is a part of what is not the only thing, but it's part of what is keeping people in conflict. And so can we then try to flip the argument? And I think this is also part of how we can help to advocate at the council as well. You know, can we flip it so that it's not just, you know, climate is always bad for security, but climate action can be a positive for peace. So I think we're increasingly, you know, in the Irish government, kind of looking at, you know, within our development programming and humanitarian programming, how can we kind of address the climate and security issue? But the other point that you reminded me of as well is that it's actually quite shocking in the international climate finance architecture how little we're spending in fragile and conflict-affected states. We're spending far less in fragile and conflict-affected states, even though we know that they are also the subset that are most affected by climate vulnerability, but we're spending less climate finance there. So if you look at the Sahel and you look at the Horn, we all know the levels of climate vulnerability there, and on average we spend, you know, considerably less in those countries than in your average least developed country, which is then getting less than some other countries. So I think, you know, this comes back to the question of the COP. In the leaders panel, they talked about the loss and damage, you know, agreement. We're sitting on the loss and damage transitional committee, along with Germany and many others in this room, I'm sure. And part of the challenge for us is that how do we connect the dots? How do we make sure that, you know, climate finance is accessible to these countries? And I think we heard from the leaders panel that even for countries that are not in conflict, climate finance is really difficult to access. And this is a big issue for those of us who contribute money to things like the Green Climate Fund. You know, so I think we need to work on access to climate finance, but we need to also work on access to climate finance in ways that make it accessible for the conflict-affected countries. And you know, as you were pointing out, there's spillover effects. So even if your own country is not in conflict, you may be affected by your borders by those sort of spillover effects. So I mean, just thank you for raising those issues. I think yes, absolutely, we need to, and hopefully, you know, Slovenia and others will be, you know, working with Malta and others to try and champion this at the Council. But there's also that really important dimension of how we get money to people at the ground level who are struggling with this intersection of climate and security. And I think we all really can be doing more on that. Thanks.
Yes, I'll be quick. I'm sure the cameras are not for us. Just three things to react to very quickly. Number one is that we have to create a little bit of insulation around this initiative, around the primacy of the climate agenda as a positive movement for the world. And the salvos that are coming from places in other wars is not helping. I mean, for example, the Strasbourg announcement this week around the CBAMs, the green border taxes, is creating a lot of anxiety. We understand that this is something that is important. It needs a particular kind of timetabling. A new trade war in the world, or an escalation of the current trade war in the world, is not going to help us to get to a higher security level in this space. The second is that there is some predictive work around, and for example, the Africa Futures Program at ISS and some of the work that's now being done by EASA, and the conclusions are very convergent around the kind of future that is possible, whichever lens you use, whether it's a trade lens or an economic development lens or a basic needs lens or the lens associated with food security and water security and energy security, etc. Very convergent about where we're going if we don't act quickly enough. The last point to make is this, is that the Irish government was looking for a point of inflection, is the way it was phrased in that Security Council debate. I think the way we can get to that is organizing for a smart enough strategy and architecture to build up the locally led processes to combine with the top-down processes, using the regional spaces as a primary tool. If we manage to do that, if we manage to get enough innovation into that, this may be what gets us to that point of inflection. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll also just react to 2 points quickly, and I think one is to borrow her language on flipping the script. I think very important. Whilst we're having a conversation on climate and conflict of climate and security, it's important for us to also look at what we define security as, and this is the full spectrum of security response. So, you know, also looking at positive peace, looking at climate and security from the lens of peace building. And I think whilst we're focusing on the Security Council, it's important for us to make use of the full tools of the UN. That includes a peace-building commission, the financing that falls underneath that, and to see how best we can be able to support the agenda as a means of providing evidence as well, and as to what these linkages are. The second concept of it also now is still on flipping the script, is looking at advocacy of climate change and the implications that it can have. So I don't come from a climate background. I'm a security analyst. So what you tell us, you're talking about transitions. We ask whose transitions for who, and what impact does it have? Because whilst we're aggressively discussing transitions, we're not talking about potential risk that these transitions put people in. And this is a conversation that also, as we're discussing climate, peace, and security, we need to also think about. What does this competition for resources, as is seen right now for transition, what would it mean for the populations on the ground? And the last thing is the question that was asked about the advisory opinion, and what does it mean? It is an opinion, as you have said, but my take in whether you're talking about the advisory opinion or you're talking about the adoption by the Human Rights Council, for example, on the right to healthy environment, all tools that are able to be utilized, I think are good tools. It's an avenue for us to be able to have a good and healthy conversation based on a system where there can be some sort of accountability. So I think it's a step in the right direction.
Good. Okay. To start with the advisory opinion, I think for any international lawyer or student of international relations, a very exciting time. Advisory opinions have the They are non-executive, but they do have the role of looking at the position of the law at this particular point in time. It's one of the few examples how the International Court would look into how customary law has developed, for example. And I think so we're in for a very exciting time. We're in for a lot of information that can come out from the judges. We hope that they are creative enough and that they are really want to push the boundaries of international law. One of the things you've mentioned, which is at heart for the youth that have taken such a primary role in pushing for the climate agenda, is what is the role of future generations? What is the legal standing of future generations? This is one of the things that the opposition towards that advisory opinion is listing. So I think if the court manages to identify this and link it with the erga omnes obligations, the obligations towards humanity, that even the charter itself was made and starts with the words, we the peoples. It doesn't say we states, it says we the peoples. So it's a question of empowering humanity, the present and the future generations, to tackle this unprecedented threat to life on the planet. So I think this is what we have to expect. Obviously, there are many difficulties and challenges, but I'm sure it's a tool that we can use to our advantage. And to conclude with all the other things that have been said and what our colleague from Ghana has identified, I think the important thing is to conquer by example, to persuade the skeptics by example. And I think the more of us states that are low emitters, many of the African states are low emitters, the more of us that are not really the massive contributors to the problem, but we want to do something. As our colleague from Ghana said, we're doing so much. As the previous speakers have said in the leaders panel, we're doing so much. Even if we did not contribute really to the problem, I think that is the best way to persuade the laggards of the political system to act. And I think we shouldn't be discouraged by the skepticism, by this lack of progress. It should encourage us and make us more adamant to fight forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simone, and I think that's quite a nice, inspiring, positive rallying call to wrap up with. So thank you so much to the panel. I think it's not just been a very substantive, concrete conversation, but also informative and honest. So I'm particularly grateful to you for your openness and honesty in answering these questions. I found it incredibly interesting and I've learned a lot. And thank you also to the audience. And so, yeah, maybe a round of applause to the panel. And thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure to welcome the President of the Republic of Slovenia, Her Excellency Dr. Nataša Pirc-Musar.
Please be seated. Thank you. First of all, a couple of words in English, but as a president, you have to understand me. I will continue in my own Slovenian language. I would like to warmly welcome you here in Slovenia. I'm especially happy because Africa is a continent that was not in the focus of many European countries many, many years. And I think this is not the right path to go. I am a president for 113 days. It's not a long period of time. It seems for me like 1 year has passed already. I have met 30 presidents and prime ministers in those 113 days. And with all of them, I had a really, really nice discussions. A lot of them were from Africa. And I would love to say that climate change was the focus of basically every single conversation that I had with the heads of state. And now please let me allow me to continue in Slovenian. Spoštovani ministri, ekscelence, gospe in gospodje, dobrodošli v Sloveniji na 12. konferenci ob Dnevu Afrike. Najprej bi se želela zahvaliti Ministrstvu za zunanje in evropske zadeve, da je za osrednjo temo letošnjega srečanja izbralo podnebno varnost, ki sem jo tudi pravkar omenila. Tokrat konferenca ob Dnevu Afrike prvič sovpada z Mednarodnim dnevom Zemlje. Naša skupna naloga je zaščititi naš planet in zaokreniti vplive podnebnih sprememb. V tem kratkem času na položaju predsednice republike sem imela res čast sestati se z več afriškimi voditelji, ki so z mano delili svojo zaskrbljenost, ki je v veliki meri povezana s podnebnimi spremembami. Nepravično je, da so afriške države med tistimi, ki najmanj prispevajo k podnebni krizi, vendar so kljub temu med najbolj podnebno ogroženimi. Zavedam se, da se čez vaše države širijo puščave in posegajo v vašo preostalo rodovitno zemljo. Vem tudi za hudo sušo, ki je prizadela Afriko. Podnebne spremembe so dejansko postale eden največjih izzivov našega časa, ki ne ogroža le naše varnosti, temveč tudi naš način življenja. Kot politični voditelji imamo politično in moralno dolžnost, da izboljšamo razmere v svojih državah ter skupaj obravnavamo različne vidike podnebnih sprememb na mednarodni ravni. Trdim, da je podnebna pravičnost pomemben del teh prizadevanj. Okrepiti moramo lokalno odpornost. Narava je ena naših najmočnejših zaveznic v boju proti podnebnim spremembam. Zato so na naravi temelječe rešitve nujne. Svoje znanje in izkušnje, vključno z najsodobnejšo tehnologijo, moramo razviti in uporabiti, da se odzovemo na grožnje, ki so posledica podnebnih sprememb. Potrebujemo tudi trdnejše zaveze za izvajanje ciljev Pariškega sporazuma na svetovni ravni. Podnebni cilj 1,5 stopinje Celzija hitro polzi iz našega dosega. Samo upamo lahko, da bomo z vključevanjem vseh delov naše družbe učinkoviti pri reševanju podnebne krize. Naši mladi od nas vse bolj zahtevajo ukrepanje in imajo še kako prav. Kajti karkoli bomo storili ali ne bomo storili zdaj, bo najbolj vplivalo prav nanje. Verjetno vsi veste, da Slovenija kandidira za nestalno članico Varnostnega sveta. Kot tudi o nameri Slovenije, da si bo, če bo izvoljena, v Varnostnem svetu prizadevala za pospeševanje agende podnebne in okoljske varnosti. Pri tem se Slovenija želi osredotočiti tudi na področja povezana z naslednjim: vzpostavljanje in ohranjanje miru, okoljski ukrepi in ženske. Ženske in marginalizirane skupine si ponavadi resnično prizadevajo tako za mir kot za podnebne ukrepe. Preživetje njihovih družin je odvisno tako od miru kot od narave. Seveda so enako pomembni tudi moški, vendar je preprosto nespametno izključiti polovico prebivalstva iz odločanja o prihodnosti vseh. Zato s polnim prepričanjem trdim, brez žensk ne bo trajnostnega miru in blaginje. Gospe in gospodje, pravijo, da je Afrika celina prihodnosti. Jaz pa trdim, da je Afrika tudi celina naše sedanjosti. Obstaja veliko odličnih praks, zato se moramo učiti drug od drugega. Iskreno upam, da bomo okrepili partnerstvo z afriškimi državami in delovali skupaj. Želim vam uspešno konferenco ob Dnevu Afrike, and I also wish you to have a pleasant stay in my lovely country, Slovenia. I didn't order a good weather, so you will have to come again when the weather is going to be shiny and warmer. I wish you all the best, dear colleagues from Africa, and thank you again to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to organize this important conference. All the best to all of you.
I wish to sincerely thank Madam President Natasha Pirc-Musar, Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Slovenia, for her insightful thoughts. And now I'm inviting you for a lunch break. And then at 2 p.m., the Speaker of the Parliament, the President of the National Assembly, will address the audience. Thank you so much, Madam President, once again. Dear Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia, Ms. Urška Klakočar-Zupančič, has recently visited Rwanda and Uganda. She was kind enough to accept our invitation to address the Africa Day Conference. Please welcome the President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia, Ms. Urška Klakočar-Zupančič.
Thank you very much. Esteemed guests, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am very grateful to have the opportunity to welcome you today to the Africa Day Conference, an annual event that not only brings together two continents, Africa and Europe, but also offers a colorful array of panelists and participants who share their reflections, know-how, and experience, helping to form opinions and finding solutions to the most important global challenges. I also believe that contacts with African countries need to be strengthened, developed, and nurtured, which is why I visited two wonderful East African countries, Uganda and Rwanda, in the first week of April, the first president of the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia to do so. My visit to these two countries has left a lasting impression on me. The green landscape is shockingly beautiful, even for us, proud inhabitants of the green capital of Europe, Ljubljana, which is unfortunately due to our lack of contact and knowledge of parts of the African continent. I am extremely happy that I had the opportunity to meet with the political representatives of both countries during my visit, who broadened my horizons by sharing their views and experiences. Since animal welfare is also one of the priorities I set for myself when I assumed the office of the President of the National Assembly, I was particularly happy to learn about the efforts being taken by the Ugandan, Rwandan, and also the Congolese authorities to protect and ensure the survival of mountain gorillas. At a time when many animal species are threatened with extinction, it seems like the mountain gorillas will be spared, thanks to the measures being taken by these governments and their local communities, as well as the numerous wildlife conservation organizations working to protect endangered species. This is just one of the many positive examples set by African countries that offer lessons for others around the world. The topic of this year's Africa Day Conference also touches on protecting endangered species. We are increasingly faced with the loss of biodiversity due to climate change, which has far-reaching consequences for the natural world and human well-being. This subject is all the more important because of the recently published 6th Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, report. It contains the final warning regarding the climate crisis and increasing greenhouse gas emissions, which are pushing the world to the brink. We were once again confronted with calls from experts and scientists to take quick and drastic action because our planet is warming too quickly and the climate crisis poses a risk to public health. These calls were summarized by all the major media outlets, and it was practically impossible to avoid news containing summaries of this report. In addition, if we pay attention, we can follow reports from various climate protests every day. So how is it possible that after all the decades of warning and appeals, we are unable to take effective action to curb global warming, to preserve biodiversity, and prevent the creation and spread of new viruses and diseases that will inevitably appear if we do not act? This, of course, leads us to question a system that encourages the pursuit of profit and the exploitation of the environment and people for the enrichment of a handful of individuals. To quote the famous British naturalist Sir David Attenborough, perhaps the most formidable obstacle we face is the abstract force we might call vested interests. Only by addressing and questioning the system that prioritizes individuals over the interests of the community can we move beyond the status quo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here because we care about our planet and we are aware of the threat posed by climate security. No country can face climate changes alone, which is why partnerships and cooperation among countries and continents will be paramount. I will personally strive for even closer interparliamentary cooperation on climate security, as I believe that parliaments are the central institutions of democracy, enabling broad discussions that also include citizens. I am pleased that the issue of sustainable development goals and climate change is also being given special attention by the Interparliamentary Union, the oldest parliamentary organization that unites all the world's democratically elected parliaments. It includes the Committee on Sustainable Development, which will address these very topics at each session of the IPU Assembly. I welcome the active participation of African MPs at IPU sessions who have been raising relevant questions regarding climate change for many years. I am convinced your participation in this conference will help further strengthen respect and trust and build new bridges between Africa and Europe. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, for your inspiring thoughts. Without ado, we would proceed to the panel discussions. I invite all the panelists and audience for the panel on inclusive climate security, the role of women, youth, and civil society, chaired by Patrick Mtazizi, to stay in this room. And of course, I invite panelists to come to the podium. I kindly ask the panelists and the audience for the panel on climate security and COP27 to attend the discussion in the Splendens room just across the hall. Thank you very much.
A good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to those who've stayed. So I thank you for staying for our session. Our session is on inclusive climate security responses, the role of women, civil society, and youth. My name is Patrick Mtazizi. I'm from the Global Diplomacy Lab, and I will be moderating this session. With me, we have a distinguished group of experts. We have Dr. Kitui, who is the Senior Associate with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PAYA. We also have Her Excellency Dr. and Ms. Safia Ahmad Nuhu. She's the ambassador of the Republic of Nigeria to Romania, which means she's also accredited to Slovenia. We also have Ms. Anna Kalin, who is a policymaker and analyst with the Forum for Equitable Development. Welcome. We also have Mr. Domenico Rosa. He's the head strategic partnerships with Africa and OACPS unit and head of the post-Cotonou working group at the European Commission. We also have with us Ms. Eva Omahen. She's a student and the vice president of the Association of International Relations, Globalis. So welcome to the panel. This session, you will know, is also being streamed. In case you need to know more about the speakers, their full biographies are also in your packs or in the information out there. The session is actually being recorded, so it's a hybrid session. So this means that for those who are present, you may use this information from the meeting and identify the speakers and any other participants. The session is designed to be very participatory, so it will be a conversation with my panel here. And for those who are social media savvy, you could also continue the discussion online using the hashtags Africa Day or CHA or CH Africa rather. The session itself will start off with a round of questions from myself to the panel. I think we'll be able to cover at least 2 questions for each panelist, and then after that we hope that we can also put in some questions from the floor. So please, as we are having the discussion, please prepare your questions, and we'll try to make sure that we have some time for that. I guess we can start off with, let's start with Dr. Kitui. Just to help us start this conversation in terms of how these different groups can access climate security discussions, there have been a number of commitments made by the UN, by the AU, by the EU. From your perspective, what is your assessment of those commitments for vulnerable groups within the climate security conversations?
Thank you very much for that question, Patrick. And first of all, I would like also to thank the organizers for inviting me to come and share my perspectives. I think when it comes to commitment for inclusion of the vulnerable groups in climate discussions, my assessment is that, and again, this I'm looking at it at different levels. All the way from the UN level, the AU, to the national levels, and so on, you find that most of the policy documents recognize, increasingly they appreciate the need to include the youth, the women, the civil society, and so on. And, the documents look very beautiful from that perspective. But the challenge comes in the practice, okay? We've seen a lot of action, yes, youth being involved during the COP, carry placards, lobby, and pass messages and so on. But those are just, on the, let me say, the minimal side. But the majority, you find that it hasn't really been, as much as we would have expected. Now, when you ask yourself why that could be the case, one is a lack of awareness among the vulnerable groups of their potential role and contribution to these processes. People just see their leaders, talking on TV, in newspapers and so on, or people going for workshops here and there, but those who are vulnerable, they're affected, a lot of them do not really know what's going on, and they are not aware of the entry points, even if they're So there is that major challenge. And then the other one is, of course, for those who know, lack of facilitation to participate in some of the key processes. How do they get to the right tables in order to speak and contribute to those meetings? For example, when you have the major groups by the UN, for example, participating at the AMSEN level, for example, it's the same few young individuals that were perhaps handpicked from some processes, and they're the ones who go year in, year out. But whether they're able to influence those in the vulnerable sections of their countries, that's different. And then also the lack of capacity, even for those on the table. They do not really understand how do you engage, how do you participate in these meetings so that you can be able to contribute effectively. How do you prepare even to sit on those processes? So those are some of the gaps. And is there potential? Yes, there is great potential. We have had a number of examples which I could share. For example, if you look at the Darfur peace process, for example, or if you look at, if I may just come to a more local level, where we have, like in Kenya, for example, they have the climate change funds that have been established at the ward level. Ward is the lowest administrative unit. But again, these have been facilitated by NGOs or civil society groups that have been funded to support, to prepare these groups to be able to contribute meaningfully. And so those are some of the cases. So women, for example, in the Darfur peace process, where I was saying, they were able to lobby and ensure that their issues or issues of interest to women are taken into consideration in the peace agreement, for example. The youth went around mobilizing, but with support from NGOs that knew what they really wanted out of this process, and they were able to facilitate them and make sure that they were able to deliver in those processes. So there is potential, but again, that gap needs to be filled. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael. It's not so long ago when I was also a youth, and I think that was the time the phrase youth were identified as a major group, and it was quite an achievement for us that finally we are actually recognized as a major group. But from what you are saying is that sometimes how that space is actually created also contributes to how the groups who are identified actually participate. So that's why I'm going to take this next question to Ava. As a young person, you are now in a better position to let us know from your perspective that what is your experience in terms of the accessibility or relevance of these spaces for young people themselves?
Okay, yeah, as Dr. Cutie said, it's in like the theoretical aspect, yeah, we have a lot of possibility, but in practice, we really see that it's still very difficult to access these high-level discussions where we can express not only our opinions, but then also affect different stakeholders that kind of decide on our future, because youth, we are this really weird precedent where we're not only deciding for our own future to fix the climate, but we're also trying to fix it for those who are still coming behind us, because youth is a very broad category and it's a very diverse group. And I feel very privileged that I'm able to speak at a conference, but it's not the same for everybody. There's this big divide, not only on a national level, but also on the global south and global north. Youth from those countries which are most affected get very rarely the opportunity to actually participate at a high-level discussion to really present their opinions. So what we see is that in an idea there is, so we have support from the UN, from the EU, from different organizations, but really there isn't a sort of support for youth who actively participate in those decisions. It's mostly from countries which are very privileged already in the global society, that are already developed economies, and emerging economies oftentimes have the difficulty that they cannot send youth which know the real issues are directly on the site to really represent those things to a broader level. So yeah, I think it's a big issue, and especially if we want to involve the youth, there should be done more to let them actually actively participate and not just use youth as a buzzword, oh, we included the youth. Because if we're just there sitting and smiling and, oh, it's a representative, we're not really doing much to actively push an agenda that youth have. And youth are very politically active, and they have this rage inside them that pushes us forward to make change. And there has been many protests, especially on Climate for Fridays, where youth pushed an idea because they were sure that governments and institutions were not doing enough to fight climate change. And we know, as we heard today, the whole day, we're not doing enough. And youth, as me, we're very angry about that. And so we want the opportunity to express these opinions, but we also want to be listened to. We don't want to be just there and present our things. We want people and stakeholders and people who make decisions to listen to us.
As you can see, the energy levels have even gone up. So you mentioned a very interesting word there, the word rage. And it's a word I actually like. But I'm not so sure it's a word that it works very well within the setups of the climate justice kind of conversations. And I'm going to ask Anna to respond to this one, that because Dr. Kitu also mentioned the issue of capacity. And when we're talking about climate negotiations, we're talking about climate security, these are highly technical areas. And in some cases, you are looking at elite negotiators. Even amongst diplomats, you find that there are diplomats who are finely tuned to be able to take on climate negotiations. So are we, what do you think about our expectations that we can include women, that we can include, and we're talking about the diversity, she talked about these not being homogeneous groups, that we can include young people in such elite and technical discussions?
Yeah, thank you. Let me first start by a bit of a cynical comment that rage that was mentioned before is not a very ladylike emotion. I think that says a lot, actually, about how we enter spaces, or how we're supposed to enter spaces. Okay. I actually had did an interview. It was, I think, in 2019 with the representative of Femnet about exactly this, about entering spaces, and she was talking about it was a UN conference where she took so they were actually escorting a lady that was somewhere from the village. And she said so much effort had to be put into it for her to actually be able to be present there. Not only did she not speak any of the languages, the translation, was actually provided for, but also she didn't know what to do there, And I think this is one thing. The other thing is there are a lot of assumptions, in the sense of, if I'm very specific. So this meeting today started at 8:30, I think. So my daughter's school starts at 8. So, who is going to take the child to school? I mean, very simple assumptions that actually make a really big difference, and we don't think about it. So I would say that one thing is really, I'm not sure, I mean, maybe lack of awareness, what you mentioned. I would also say maybe indifference. But the second is, I would say, more systemic, and that is as part of patriarchy. I mean, the world, we live in a men's world. So we as women have to navigate in this world. If we behave like men, it's not ladylike. But then if we don't behave like men, then there's no actually possibility for us to be treated as equals, if that is possible at all. But I would have to say also there's this difference. I don't remember the statistics, but at COP there was this discussion about how many women are representatives, and it was obviously much less than men. But even in the delegations where women were, I would say, let's say half-half, they were speaking much less. And this is, I would say, it's both ways. It's just simple a consequence of the stereotypes that exist. Of also women not being brave enough to actually enter into this world, which functions by different rules in a way that we're supposed to function by as women. And then there's the next step. Not just that we don't speak enough, but that when we do speak, a lot of times what we say is not taken into consideration. So I would say there's 3 points that need to be taken. So first, to be invited, making sure that there is a possibility for us to actually participate. Two is to give the possibility and the safe space that we can speak. And third, that actually our opinions are taken into account equally.
Ambassador, this aspect of inclusion differs at very many levels. This is one of the first times I've been to a conference where all the keynotes are being given by a woman, right? But we have different levels of development. We're looking at the local, we're looking at the regional, we're looking at the governmental, etc. What do you think we need to prioritize then when we look at these challenges in terms of including women, including youth, and we've got different levels, and it's like a huge puzzle that we have to solve. Any thoughts on what we can prioritize in terms of attuning those policy-making spaces towards these different levels?
So thank you very much. I first want to also appreciate the organizers. I think this topic and the theme is very apt and very relevant for Africa Day. Not only is it talking about climate and linking it up with security, but also talking about Europe and Africa partnership. But then it also has another component, and that component is saying global challenges, local solutions. And I think that is very important, even with respect to the question that you're asking. Climate change, the concept, the notion, as you said, mostly it's considered kind of an elitist, discussion. Not everyone understands the concept, even within the, as you said, diplomatic realms. But then not only that, you find out that climate change focuses on threats to livelihood, threats. It talks about vulnerabilities. But then there are always in existence groups that are even more exposed and more vulnerable than others, and that feel the effect and impact of any classification of vulnerability. So that affects women and then other groups, including youth, because of their lack of enough representation. So one of the things that I always say also about the climate change discourse is we tend to look at it from whose problem is it, who's at fault in this, and what's the extent of our, let's say, Africa's responsibility for contributing to climate change. And I always say it doesn't matter, because whether you contribute 5% or 90% of the global emissions, it affects us equally. Perhaps it affects us even more than other countries that have mitigation measures that are better and more improved and more enhanced than ours. So, but significantly, you find out that the sphere of discussion leaves out some very critical stakeholders. And in this, you find different levels of understanding in the discourse within the international level, regional levels. The previous panel was talking about, at the AU level, it being different from the United Nations levels, and the commitments towards pushing, or even, let's say, continuing the discourse at different levels, not to talk of state party levels, and then even within the state parties, local levels. Whenever people ask me what I feel is the better in policy making and implementation, whether it's the top-down or bottom-up, I say, beat it both ways, because within the reality and context of what we're facing in terms of climate change, we can't afford to say it's going to be top-down or bottom-up. It's just got to be both ways. So where you see, especially in terms of, Africa, you talk even with policymakers and realize the very, I don't want to say narrow perspective, but not a lot of wide comprehension of all the various factors that are involved. And in that, there's a lot of limitation. And then particularly women. Climate change affects, food security, peace and security, livelihoods. It affects migration, forced migration. Women are more affected, and children. And all of these, mostly in terms of understanding it, they're not very much involved. In terms of being involved in policy formulation, not a lot involved. In terms of how much the policies reflect the needs of these vulnerable groups, they're not much involved. And then the youth, they're the carriers of the policy. I always say, when we discuss at our levels, and in Africa in particular, we don't have a lot of youth representation in leadership, governance, and politics. We're still emerging, we're making lots of strides, but we're not yet where we want to see ourselves. But you find out that if this is something that we are progressively taking strides and steps, the youth have to be carried along. They've got to understand the discussions around it, what is at stake, and how can they fit into all of these various aspects.
Thank you. I think I'll come back to you on that issue of young people not being represented that much in Africa, considering that this is the largest population within, it's the largest demographic within the continent. So we'll come back to that later. I just want to go to also bring in Mr. Rosa in this discussion, because you do a lot of work in terms of facilitating participation of groups, particularly in the framework of the EU and the AU. I just wanted to know if there's, what scope is there for lesson sharing among the African and European countries, particularly on gender-sensitive climate policy making?
Okay, no, thank you very much. I think that I'll try to respond in particular because I was very interested from what Eva said, in the sense that the feeling is that youth, we tick the box putting youth in the document, but at the end, the youth are not really consulted and engaged in the policy. And I would like to mention two things. One that is happened in the preparation of the African Union, European Union Summit last years, and one that is in the making, that is the implementation of the first ever youth action plan that you adopted last September. For the African Union, European Union Summit, I think that we try to answer to this request how youth can interact with the leaders, and how youth can interact in the, I would say, decision-making process. And we established, we were still in the COVID period, and the summit that took place just after. And we managed to, I would say, empower, of course, youth association, because you cannot reach every single youth around the world. But I think that now with the new technology, the reach out can be much deeper and wider than before, to organize themselves around the topics that were in the agenda of the summit, so that the topics that should have been discussed by the head of government and state in the summit, and to come with their conclusion. And they organized what we called in the Africa Europe Week, the Youth Day, where they managed to pull together the different strands from Europe, but also from Africa. And just the day before the summit, we managed to organize with what we called Meet the Leaders meeting, where there were, I would say, 3 or 4 African Union commissioners, 2 commissioners from the European Union, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Togo, other ministers. So I would say a mixed audience that was responding and receiving what the youth delegate were presenting to them. So this, I think, is the past. We are built on this in order to make this something kind permanent mechanism. We will see if we manage in the run-up of the future institutional rendezvous, such as the Ministerial or the next summit. And at the same time, because of the willingness of our commissioner, we adopted in last September this youth action plan that is focusing on three main pillars. The first is to engage, because this is important, but the second is to empower, and I think this is important, in particular for the South, to be empowered, to be, I would say, have the capacity to make their voice heard. And the last but not least is connect, because I think that is important that our youth is connecting to African youth. I think that this connection is still missing in many cases, and there is no sufficient mutual understanding of the two youth constituency in order to make one single constituency. In this specific case, we tried also to connect the two part at the COP28, where we organized a meeting in order to have the youth from the two continents bringing their idea on the table with our, I would say, decision-making leaders in the COP28.
Thank you for that response. A while ago, one of my uncles played a trick on me where I used to ask them a question, and they'd always say to me, "Come, I'll give you the answer on Friday." And then when I went on Friday, before I asked my question, you know what they did? They asked me that question. So in other words, they forced me now to be the one who comes up with the solution. So I hope you know where this is going. So for the first round, you were responding, and most of you were looking towards me. And I'm going to ask you for this response to look towards the audience, because very soon you will be bringing them into the discussion. And what I want to ask now is particularly around what do we do about this? We have now a good picture of, you know, where the challenges are, what is happening. But let's take the discussion more in terms of what then needs to be done, right? And I'll start with you, Dr. Katuyu. How can we better mainstream or integrate the perspectives of women, the perspectives of youth, and the perspectives of civil society?
Okay, I think when it comes to the climate change discourse, let me say the main challenge, again, is not at the very high level. At the high level, like I said, we already have like the major groups and all this, but which only take a small group of people who do not necessarily embody or represent the perspectives of those at the grassroots. But remember, we are now talking about locally led action, okay? And I think the people who are going to drive that action are the women and girls who are at the forefront of the climate change impacts on the farms, in the water spaces, in the, you know, in where natural resources are being managed. They're the young men and women who are, you know, involved at that local level, dealing in the pastoral areas and so on. So the question is, how do you take the effort there effectively? So the issue is to focus more. If we want to get results, the need is to, at the moment, to create those opportunities to engage. So policymakers need to particularly drive action at that point by engaging directly with the youth groups, the women groups, and these are not scarce. There are so many in different forms. Some of them have been formed as maybe merry-go-round groups or, you know, something. Those could be the starting point, okay? The other one could be to create deliberate spaces for participation by the youth, the women, and the small CSO groups in those local spaces. For example, you may want to call them youth advisory boards, or you may want to call them, you know, something that is relevant. And for such, it would be good to focus on the climate security hotspots, for example, or let me say just hotspots where the sensitivity, or let me say in regions where the population is so high of poor people, vulnerable people, and the climate signal is also quite significant. So if we have such groups formed and then empowered, chosen from there, and then engaged deliberately That would be a good way to do it. Then thirdly, there's need to build capacity of such groups. And when it comes to capacity building here, I'm talking about how to engage, because they get onto the table. We've had many of those instances, like she also mentioned. We've had some organizations taking multitudes of youth and women to the COP, yeah? But you just see them pacing up and down the corridors, not really knowing how to particularly contribute to a particular theme. So there is need to do a capacity needs assessment and then meet it for those specific groups so that they don't necessarily have to go to the COP, but they can contribute to the issue that is being put on the table by those who are more able to participate on those other higher tables. But their interests will have been taken into consideration. And then finally, of course, there is need to really support their youth-led, CSO-led, women-led initiatives that are already in existence, okay? They just need a small push. And in the assessment, I found that, with just between $150 and $400, you're able to do so much, in terms of facilitating a capacity building initiative for some of these groups. But how do you even get that $300 by some of those groups? It's not even easy. So those in positions to support, or those who are looking for where to invest, particularly in supporting youth, women, or CSOs on the ground, have an opportunity here to go through a few institutions. For example, PACJA has established a small grants program where they're giving up to $5,000, and very nice projects are coming out with very impactful initiatives. I think that's where I can stop.
I'm hoping the audience is noting, because I can see a number of questions might arise from that. But on that note, I'm going to ask Eva. So we do a needs assessment, we develop a youth advisory board, and before you know it, you're no longer a youth. Can your rage wait for this? In other words, can you help us to understand from a youth perspective, because you now have certain spaces like you're identified as a major group. You do see some young people in government delegations, which is actually quite a positive thing. But you still find that when it really comes to the negotiating table, it's the whiteheads again, not really the youth. So how do we expand those spaces so that we can actually have the meaningful youth participation you were referring to, moving away from tokenism to real participation?
Yeah, so it's really difficult because, as we talked about in this panel, these spaces are not very accessible, and oftentimes youth don't have the knowledge or the resources to really come to these spaces. So we have to really think about that. And as a doctor said, we need to really support them, found them, give them these capacity building activities so youth can even show more interest in these spaces, and then with that we get to participate more. But also we need to bring high levels back down to the ground so policies can really act on real issues that are happening in the world, especially when it comes to climate, because climate is not only a separate issue, it's connected to human rights, it's connected to peace building, it's connected to security issues. And if we're just talking on a high level, those promises are really great, but really to activate the youth and to bring them to high levels, we need to bring those levels to them. Because even though we can bring a group of youth to the COP, it's still a very limited amount of people, and we still don't cover all of the issues that we had. We probably will never be able to cover all of the issues that we have, but if we bring those high levels to the youth can participate more actively. And I think, yeah, the doctor took all of my ideas away as well, yeah, because I was preparing. But yeah, I think also a lot of the kind of youth established platforms need government support, need institutional support, because they cannot work in their own capacities, oftentimes because of lack of funding, but oftentimes also because youth grow, and as you said, you turn around and you're no longer in the category, and it's very difficult also to engage because the problems change so quickly. So yeah, I think pretty much supporting the groups, allowing them to express their opinion, but really bringing the top levels back down so youth on the ground can really explain the real issues to make real change.
Thank you. When you say it's a very difficult thing to do, that makes me think that we kind of sometimes have to think about it in the broader context. And I'm going to ask both Ms. Kalin and Mr. Rosa to respond to this one. When we are looking at the inclusion of youth, women, and civil society, aren't we looking at a bigger structural problem and hoping that through the climate justice processes we can fix what is essentially a problem of our society? When we're looking at other challenges, somebody mentioned the patriarchy at some point. We've got neocolonialism, we've got capitalism, we've got all these power dynamics within and among nations. So is it really feasible? Like, how do you get this inclusion in the midst of all these, and it's a contested terrain, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so the question is, how do you actually ensure inclusiveness? And you've sort of, spelled out the words. It's actually recognizing that there are power symmetries. And if you have power symmetries, first you have to recognize them, but then you have to address them. Now, what does that mean? I mean, it sounds very simple, but you actually have to start including people right at the beginning of the processes and not wait. So if I use sort of an example, you cannot build a house, and I'm talking about now policies or laws or acts or whatnot, and then when the house is built, you ask others, so, do you think this house is solving the problem? Well, you have to actually start building a house with the inputs from the people that actually have, as a society, very, very heterogeneous, so we don't have all the same problems. If looking at very binary women and men, women, again, are not just a heterogeneous group. You have specifically a white woman in Slovenia would probably have more power to access all those structures compared to a refugee Muslim woman who's handicapped. So it's also this intersectionality, but basically it's about recognizing that, you do have to include from the start. And the problem is that this sounds like very time-consuming and expensive processes because you have to basically change the way that we're functioning. It's not just sitting in rooms and making decisions and writing policies, and then maybe if there's time, you go to the people and ask them what do they think about it. And then maybe if it fits your house, then you'll bring in their perspectives. If not, you don't. But I think that actually in the long run, this makes it much easier because you are, by tackling all the issues, all the needs, all the perspectives from the very start, in the long run, you're actually being much more efficient and effective rather than just coming up with a document that looks good on paper. I mean, I think power symmetries, just to mention, they function sort of very locally or nationally, but obviously you have it globally as well. And we discussed this before. It was during the first presidency of Slovenia. I worked for the ministry at the time, and I was a representative to the UN. And it was very interesting because obviously, there it's all about making alliances in order to get certain things, through. You had to have very good contacts with everybody, as many persons as possible. And I remember at a certain point, I think actually when I returned back after I already left back to Slovenia, I was talking to a colleague from Colombia, and he said, I don't recall, I think it was something to do with climate, but I'm not sure. He said, we had actually, in G77, we're aligned, But then all of a sudden, a diplomat from France came, and then a diplomat from the UK came, and all of a sudden there was no more unity among the African representatives. So those power symmetries function not only, among, locally or nationally, but also globally. And obviously when you're talking about issues such as climate change that really affect us all, I think that we do have to, start thinking that we cannot find solutions by overpowering others. But we have to really do it in an inclusive manner. Yeah, even though it seems, and it is probably, at least at the beginning, more complicated.
Yes. Well, it's a complex issue, by the way, in the sense, first of all, because I think that the best way to address, and this is, I would say, an incremental process that has to take place, so we cannot get the solution immediately, first of all. But second is that when you are moving, I would say, these international conferences, such as the COP28 or 27 or whatever, these are processes that are, I would say, well established with, I would say, regular meeting and so on. And therefore, I think that in a way, if we want to include the possibility for youth, women, civil society to be part, we have to structure, I would say, a kind of parallel process that is following the same, I would say, official process, because otherwise you cannot come just a week before that, and then I think we have every subject on the table and there is no focus in itself. I think that what we did for the African Union Summit definitely went in this direction to, first of all, give the agenda, then discuss on the agenda and not to open the discussion around too many subjects. So I think that this is definitely something that is important. Second is how the civil society, youth, women are going to be organized, because in a way we think that a kind of self-organization should take place, in the sense that we cannot, we as, I would say, public institution, to say, okay, but this, you yes and you no. So I think, and this is coming with how these stakeholders are represented. In the political system, we have the party, we have the election with the civil society and youth. This doesn't exist, but we have to rely in a kind of self-organization that is, I would say, bringing some democratic representativeness to the system. Otherwise, everybody is allowed to talk, that's fine, but is this effective in terms of the message that should be conveyed? So I think that this is my, if I want my comments on this, and I think that is difficult. I think that we made progress. I think that also civil society, youth, women need a structure, and of course we have to support, and in many cases we have to be to tango in a way, in the sense that when we talk for the African Union or the OECPS, we need to have the African Union on board in doing this, and or the Organization of the African, Caribbean and Pacific States to be on board on this, and to agree on how this could be done.
So when we look at futuristically, why we do all of this work and why it's necessary. In the earlier session, we talked about whether European countries are listening to African countries, which was quite an interesting question. And one of the ways of, it could be an indicator of judging whether you're listening to somebody is when you actually know what they think, what they're planning, and what they're hoping for. And this brings me to my last question to Ambassador. You were part of a group that established a very long-term plan for the African Union. And when we ask ourselves, the biggest demographic, an issue you brought out in the continent is youth. And there is a plan that has been set out by the African Union. What is the coherence between this plan and all the other things that we are listening to and hearing within this forum, within EU debates, etc.? Do we see the EU as a partner supporting Agenda 2063?
What's a very broad and interesting question. It's actually linked to the last question that you asked regarding contestation. So I recall when I first arrived, reported in 2021, June, as Nigeria's ambassador to Romania, covering also Slovenia. Slovenia had the presidency of the European Union, and it was around the COVID period, and Slovenia articulated recovery, a very robust recovery plan for Europe in terms of COVID, and articulated, two of the topmost in terms of recovery and resilience, what you tag the twin transitions, green and digital transition. And subsequently, as Dr. Rosa was saying, there was lots of engagement with Africa. I remember Brussels. There was also the one in October 2021, the EU-AU conference again in 2021, and then February 2022, trying to draw Africa and Europe together to discuss our priorities, to discuss essentially what recovery and what cooperation platform we would have. Top of those lists, you'll still see, green, digital, and then others, including migration, including multilateral support and what have you. But those top, so there are lots of opportunities, economic opportunities around the green transition. There's a lot of chances, for recovery, but there's always this question, chances for recovery for whom? For Europe, how far and how really ready and how willing is Europe to synergize with Africa, share expertise and experience, and work towards this global ambition? And in that, there's always the reflection of the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063. I recall the comprehensive document that was adopted in Brussels, February 2022, has specific mention to supporting African Union in implementing Agenda 2063. But one very funny, one very interesting aspect is that when you pick the Agenda 2063, it's just one goal that you will see environment reflected, and that it's in the goal for, I think, is it goal 1? It's sustainable standards, and under that, there's food security, there's environmental conditions, and what have you. All the other goals are talking about peace, security, institution building, stability within Africa. If you look at the 17 SDGs, after all the listed SDGs, in which 5 of them relate to environment, energy, life on land, in water, and what have you, it's only SDG 16, the second to the last SDG, that is saying peace, security, and justice institutions. You'll see for African countries, you'll know that that is key. It would, I think, in my view, that could have been maybe second, maybe third, maybe fourth, definitely not before others, because that is the basis of livelihood for African countries. Where there's no peace and security, you can't achieve any one of the SDGs, none of them. People cannot go to farm for food security when there's danger on the road. So SDG 17 now talks about, partnership for the goals, which is so critical and important, and it's the one that's like the binding SDGs connecting all the other SDGs. But essentially, there's also that component on how far do we even know the SDGs? How well do we? So in my engagements, because I've taken a passion in the SDGs, specifically the component on education for sustainable development, because when you talk to policy makers, leaders, when I talk with ministries of education, for example, they'll keep, harping on SDG 4, education. You'll say, okay, what about the other SDGs? Okay, which one says which, you know? Trying to place, because they only become conversant in the SDG that pertains to the sphere of education. But what we need to do is to educate the youth. And I see that as something that can even address the problem of women not being so represented. Because if you say youth, there are boys, girls, you know, all of them. Let them come up with the knowledge of the sustainable development goals and the passion for them, but also contextualize them. So in the context of Africa, we've held some trainings. We've been involved with youth we have a pilot program in involving 5 tertiary institutions that was expanded to 16, that grooms youth as sustainability ambassadors, bringing them together to talk about how the Agenda 2063 relates with the SDGs. So I see that as one example of how you can implement the climate aspirations or other sustainability aspirations. But critically and importantly, we need to put this in the context of economic engagements with Africa. There are standards that are put in place. We know that they are observed in many parts of the world. What's the extent to which, let's say, for example, the EU will bear responsibility to see that companies coming into Africa to invest actually put in place those standards as they put let's say, in Europe regarding those. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Sorry I had to cut you off because our time is actually moving, and I wanted to hear some voices from the audience. Do we have any questions coming from the audience? Okay, so we have 3 questions there. We'll take those 3 and please just be specific if you're directing it at a particular panelist.
Good day, His Excellency. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nadia. I'm the promoter of Slovenian Cameroon Business Club. Actually, my question will go to all the panelists because we are all talking about climate insecurity, climate injustice, Africa being the victim of this climate injustice. We are talking about engagement of the youth, engagement of women. I would like to ask all our panelists, what exactly is Europe doing to fight this climate injustice that Africa is being victim? One, that's first question. The second comes with the youth inclusion in the fight against climate change. Do we really include the African youth in this fight? On my personal opinion, I think not. But prove me if I might be wrong, because we cannot be talking about youth inclusion if each time we want to elect policy makers and we target a specific youth from the developed country and we leave the youth from the African country. I would not call them less developed because we are not less developed, we are a developed country in a phase of development. And the same case go for the women. How many women do all the EU and the UN policy or action actually educate about the fight about climate change? How many women in Africa are actually included among the policymaker when it comes to such fights against climate change? That will be all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd also like to thank the panelists for their contribution. My name is Elizabeth Maloba, and I am a Policy Leader Fellow at the European University Institute. I was listening to the panel and I missed to hear something, so I would just invite the panelists maybe to comment about them. I'm thinking about questions like having a gender lens when we develop NDCs and NAPs. I didn't hear anything about this, and I like to concretize things. If we don't have a gender lens when we prepare and measure NDCs and NAPs, how do we expect gender to be mainstreamed? I'm thinking about issues like consultative participation, and both passive and active. I'm wondering about quotas. When we say, they don't really have to be at the table, but they can be represented somehow. I think what we have found works, and private sector are even being forced to do this now, is to have women on boards, young people on boards. Can we have some quotas? I'm also thinking about indices and measures. How do we measure women's empowerment? How do we measure youth participation? Do we have effective measures? Do we need better measures? And I'm looking at investment. Where are we putting the money? Is it going into youth-led and women-led initiatives? And finally, the question of a just transition. If we're talking about a just transition, who is getting skills? Who is getting jobs? What does the technology do? Does it make women and young people more vulnerable or stronger? These are the questions.
Yes, hi, I'm Jiva, coming from Focus. It's Association for Sustainable Development, and actually I just came from a meeting of regions of like International Network of Environmental Organizations. It's called Friends of the Earth International, as we are also members. And there were actually comments when we were talking, kind of presenting the context of different regions of this world. The difficulties of having civil society organizations being like partners, also like representing different parts of vulnerable groups. Difficulties linked to the political context, to legislation, and different difficulties kind of facing when organizing, when getting funds, for example, out of national funds being controlled by different policies and political regimes. So this is what was the context which was presented not only in Africa, it's happening also in Europe, in South America, in North America. But since we are talking, maybe I would like to hear the comments, since I think the civil society organizations actually are there for kind of at least three very important reasons, because actually they can small practical examples of how it would function if we would take justice and climate justice, gender justice and youth justice into account. They can push for ambition because they can gather many people together and raise the voices, meaning they can kind of represent and boost participation. So what would be your comment on the limits which are posed to the organizational, non-governmental organizations within the climate justice movement, for example, if we take just a small part of it? Thank you.
Okay, can we take those three for now, and then we'll do a second round, hopefully, if we have enough time. How do you want to divide these out? Does anyone want to start? I think let's just have someone start, answer some, and then someone else can take over after that.
Yeah, I'm just going to comment on the first question regarding youth participation. I agree. I think that was my main point even in the first round, that there is not enough youth participations from the continent of Africa, from the global south. That's the main issue. We listen to comments about how to fight climate change from very privileged people, and I feel very privileged here, and I kind of feel out of place because I live in Slovenia. We're very climate conscious. We have a lot of issues, but I'm not the main youth that should be speaking about it. So I completely agree. There is not enough representation of youth in all different settings of the planet. And it's, again, a very diverse community, because I also have the kind of weird thing that I'm all youth, but also a woman. So I'm in this weird position where there is not much participation from women. There's not much participation from youth. Very well, so I agree there should be more. I don't know exactly what's happening on the European level that is providing for these things, but I agree that there is not enough participation from youth, especially from the global south.
Okay, if I may say something regarding the contribution on whether there should be some quotas for women, I agree that that will be immensely helpful. And it has worked in several spheres in which you would designate a certain percentage of representation for vulnerable classes and groups. Essentially, when it comes to the African continent being really a part of the policy-making sphere, the discourse, and the decision-making as well as implementation, there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of background work to put them in the picture of what is happening at the global level. As Eva's saying, when you don't see the faces of African youth being engaged, or a lot of African women being engaged, you'll simply be giving them quotas that they may not really fit into the understanding. We picked a theme for one of the trainings we did on the green and digital transition, and we just said the twin transitions. And some of the questions that came was that it's a bit confusing, when you lump in, it's so technical that even though they were students of 400 level, it was a little bit too intense for them to have these technical concepts being presented to them in a 1-day or 2-day training. So we need constant engagement with these groups so that they also are able to fit into the quotas that will be given to them to represent.
Yeah, just to pick up on that, recently I participated in a meeting somewhere in Kenya where they were discussing about an amendment bill to the climate change law that exists this time round. And, discussions, most of it is around the carbon markets, the carbon credits, and, that kind of jargon. A lot of Article 6 and stuff like that. So when these people go for tea, they're asking themselves now, is this the right meeting for us? So whereas we may advocate for those quotas to contribute to processes like the NDCs or the NAPs, like you say, I still believe that we need to cascade, we need to have it in levels whereby we can have ways in which we can harness the local knowledge that is coming from those people who are disadvantaged because of language, who are disadvantaged because of their level of education, and, so that we don't discriminate against them. We may have a quota for them, but still, when you bring them to the table, what they know may not be, communicated in the way that it could have been if we had those discussions held at a much lower level and have some form of representation of somebody who can articulate those issues better at a higher table. That's what I mean. So it's not in all cases, but in selected cases where critical issues such as this need to be captured. Otherwise, you can talk about all these things, but these guys will just come, sit on that table. They're not able to contribute because they're not able to to communicate as expected. Then the other one of where are you putting the money? That is actually one of the right questions to answer. Whereas I cannot answer the big question you asked about whether Europe is doing anything, what I can say is that there is something, okay? But that something that is happening may not necessarily be targeted to the right spaces where that particular need is required. So there is need again to really prioritize the agenda setting process or framework so that those funds really go to where they are required. So there is need for that balancing between what the funder thinks you need and what you on the ground and the vulnerable people believe the funding should be targeted. That's it.
Okay. No, what I can say in terms of what we are doing in order to improve and increase the youth participation, I think that first of all we created the youth sounding board that is a kind of board advising the European Commission as far as the external relation and the international partnership are concerned. And the idea, because we definitely realized that this is missing at the country level, the idea is that by 2027 at latest, all the delegations should have a kind of local sounding board in order to, I would say, have this interaction at the local level. On how, where, and to whom the money is directed, I think that we are I always feel in a weird situation, in the sense that on one side we are accused of being in a neo-colonialist position, but at the same time we should substitute ourselves to the local authorities. So in a way I think that everybody should take its own responsibility in promoting of course, we are doing our work in trying to convince counterparts that inclusion of the civil society, inclusion of the youth, making them to participate, or the women, making them to participate to the public life is something that is worth to be done. But of course, we cannot do this in the place of the government of the partner countries. So I think that this is important also to be, because I think that we have to respect the national competencies and the national sovereignty in this sense.
So gender mainstreaming, I think gender mainstreaming, or at least I perceive it as more difficult than tackling, specific women-related issue, like increase the participation of women in politics. I think as an example, I think gender mainstreaming is so tricky because, it's everywhere, but it's nowhere. And I mean, you can for sure have it, or you can improve the possibilities of this happening if you have, gender or women, actually mentioned or being considered when it comes to different policy documents. Specifically, let's say the European Green Deal does not mention women or gender equality in one place, yeah? So that is, I would say, not a good indication that, this is taken seriously. But I don't think it's enough actually to have, I mean, yes, for sure, quotas, have toolkits. But I think at the end of the day, I mean, I'm involved in a Europe-wide project on mainstreaming, on nature-based solutions for water treatment, and my work is to mainstream gender there. And the thing is that I think, of course, it makes it easier to have all those, toolkits, boxes that need to be ticked, or recommendations of how to do it. But I think at the end of the day, it really comes down to battling or trying to tackle the gender stereotypes. Because unless you deal with this, then you actually cannot improve, you cannot progress, because they're so deeply, part of our beliefs that we don't even understand that they're part of our everyday lives. So you can still do sort of, yes, I did this and that, but actually you're not going to understand what is, it's like the onion, that the more that you peel it, the more layers there are. So I would definitely say that this is really, it's a long run process, but I think that is the best way that we can actually, mainstream gender and ensure gender equality in all processes, really.
I'm aware that there are a few more questions that weren't answered directly, and I'm also aware that there are a few questions that need to be asked, and that we also might need to leave the room for Ljubljana soon. Can I suggest that for some of the questions that you can see the panelists, you now know them, that for those that didn't get proper answers, I think there was a question on what is the limit on NGOs, there was a question on indices and consultative participation, that some of them could still be taken directly with the panelists. With the organizers, is there anybody who can direct us in terms of time right now so that we take another round or? Okay, thank you. So we could take another round quickly. Part of that is to also be able to see the extent of, the thinking around this topic also.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Je remercie Je m'appelle René Ngongo. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo, de la société civile et environnementale. Je remercie les intervenants et les panélistes pour la somme d'informations et la préoccupation d'inclusion des femmes et des jeunes dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques. Mais il me semble que nous avons été assez pessimistes par rapport à leur implication. Parce que de plus en plus, on voit des jeunes et des femmes qui sont engagés dans les solutions, notamment dans la restauration des paysages, les énergies renouvelables. Et il serait important peut-être de voir comment capitaliser ces expériences et de les échanger à travers un réseau panafricain des jeunes assez fort pour des actions. Parce que la représentante des jeunes a dit quelque chose de très important. Leur combat, ce n'est pas seulement pour les jeunes d'aujourd'hui, c'est aussi et surtout pour les générations futures. Je reviens sur une préoccupation qui a été soulevée tout à l'heure par rapport à la participation des jeunes pour la compréhension et la prise en compte de leurs préoccupations. De plus en plus, on voit des jeunes, vous l'avez dit, dans des COP, mais leurs préoccupations restent à la porte des décisions. Et vous avez souhaité, et beaucoup de panélistes sont revenus là-dessus, sur la nécessité de les impliquer dans la prise de décision par rapport à leurs préoccupations. Mais je n'ai pas senti comment on va y arriver. Parce que ça fait plusieurs années, on voit les jeunes dans beaucoup de manifestations, mais ceux qui décident ne sont pas jeunes et ne prennent pas malheureusement en compte leurs préoccupations, d'où les conséquences que nous sommes en train de subir. Comment est-ce qu'en rentrant, nous pouvons rassurer les jeunes qu'on peut prendre en compte leurs préoccupations pour l'avenir de notre planète? Merci.
Thank you very much. My name is Fatima Batul Mukhtar from Nigeria. And actually, mine is not a question, but just a comment. I have heard some comments about European Union and its role in Africa and so on. And I would like to say that I believe Europe is now recognizing the importance of partnering with Africa. And this program attests to that. And not only that, there is Horizon Europe 2023-2024, which is a research program by the European Union, and it is bringing Africa on board. I was part of the conference it organized in Kenya, where it trained, well, it brought the draft program, and the whole of participants from Africa were there to approve it, to go through the whole program and approve it, and then they are also trying to engage Africans to take part in the research and so on. And I believe even Nigeria, we have already constituted national contact points on that ground, and it is on different aspects: science and technology, health, green transition, and so on. I'm actually coordinating the green transition program. And so I believe gradually, this understanding will continue, and it will become stronger, and we'll be able to work together, and it will be kind of a symbiotic relationship, definitely, where both regions will benefit. Then with regards to the youth, I understand her, anger, her rage, or why they are, angry about what is happening. They are full of energy and they see what is happening and they think they can do something. They have the energy to do that. And they think these elder experts are not doing things fast enough. And this future is ours. So, you can understand that it applies to all. If you have a solution to something and you are not given a chance to act on it, you feel enraged. So the best way to do, to calm them is to draw them in terms of policy making, in terms of the action plans, involve them, include them, so that they can give their contributions and they can also expend the energy in the most appropriate way, instead of just leaving them to go about doing their thing, expressing their things. Now, if she had not been invited to participate at this panel, we would not have known what is in her mind. And what is in her mind is what is in the minds of most of this youth. So I think such kinds of engagements need to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a comment, so thank you. And my apologies, I got the translation equipment a bit late. But what I will ask is for the panel to give us like two really quick fixes, right? One general, one very specific, focused on the topic, and I'm hoping as you do that, you will be able to respond also to the question that was given by the gentleman and some of the questions that we didn't manage to cover in the first round. So give us two quick recommendations, one thing that is more general, but one thing that is very specific that can be done to improve or to provide meaningful inclusion of women, youth, and civil society. Who's ready?
So I'll give in the general suggestion, and I'll direct it specific to the topic of these regarding Europe, Africa, relation or support for in terms of climate and security. I would recommend that every support and engagement and initiative should be reflective of the needs of the two sides, and that there should be support for also local initiative and action. That's precisely what Eva was saying, and all of us echoed, that there is need to support that bottom up to reach the top down. So that, I believe, would be a sure way to help us actualize our climate goals in terms of our global commitments. Then I recall the last, one of the questions was in terms of civil society that was not answered. Specifically, I feel that civil society that are reflective in the climate discourse have to reach certain levels of accreditation. So there is also need that the local civil society are taken along and offered, preferred an opportunity to be brought on board when these discussions are happening, but that the discussions can happen in the country, They don't, they can start at local level, We can take this discussion panel, for example, to Nigeria, and and then we can have, for example, training of trainers. One person that comes, I'm hoping that professor that has spoken now will perhaps put together a team and share learnings and experiences and discussions that we have had here, so that it will have a ripple effect.
So very specific is a comment regarding, I think, inclusion of women in decision-making processes when it comes to environmental issues. I think it needs to be recognized that at the level of the household, women are to a much larger extent the ones that are responsible for all the activities related to, may it be cleaning, related to water, let's say, also garbage and things like that. But when it comes to the decision-making, women are excluded. So I think this needs to be taken into consideration and balanced. But I would say the more general comment would be that I think we need to recognize that there are, the reason for all of the inequalities are the fact that we do not share power equally. And this goes for women, men, older, younger, Europe, Africa. And the moment that we're going to realize that and we're start addressing it, then we can actually start making change. Until then, I don't think there's much chance for that.
Yeah, I'll maybe say as like a general comment, I'll say that this sort of inclusive climate policy that connects women, youth, and CSOs is not just like a moral idea, but it should become a really like a strategic necessity for most countries, and really everybody to follow, because I do really think that these groups can be key actors in really finding the future change, and I hope that very soon everybody will realize that, and not just us who are listening here and talking about this panel. And yeah, in a more specific way, I think, yeah, supporting youth-led initiatives really with programs, founding, capacity building, I think this is really necessary for those to give them the option to really create proper ideas and really help them to engage with stakeholders and decision makers. Thank you.
If I may say, as a general comments, I think that definitely from the discussion that took place also today, I think that we have to see, first of all, how, on what, and with who we have to discuss. I think that otherwise the term of the debate remains too general. So I think that in a way, we need a structure to bring the voice of the youth, of the civil society, of the women, to the political leaders in a way. And this is, I think, is something that can be done, and can be done on both sides if there is the political will to do it, and to listen as well. So this is the general term. In more practical term, I think that a very specific, there was this request, and what we are putting in place now is a kind of, I would say, fund to promote pilot project for youth in order how to see how they can contribute to the realization of the SDGs. It's of a limited amount, it's a pilot fund, but we hope that if the results are positive, then this could be increased.
I think Ambassador spoke what is deep inside me in terms of this bottom-up and top-down balance, and of course the need to have, when it comes to like funds flowing from Europe, the need for real deep consultation to align to where the real need is. But maybe I'll just add something small on the bottom-up, top-down. The civil society organizations, those that are actually involved in the climate change, or let me say climate security space, for instance, in order to really and meaningfully ensure participation of the vulnerable groups, when we have, for example, national level discussions, I still emphasize, we don't have to carry people from the deep villages to bring them to the city to contribute. You can go down, just break the task, take the overall task. For example, if it is a NAP you want to upgrade, break it into chunks. Identify what really requires that deep indigenous knowledge to come from the bottom. Things that you cannot get by speaking in English and the common national language, but knowledge that you can only get by speaking that local language with that person who is experiencing the pain from climate change. So that Once knowledge is collected at that level, then it can be brought to the table where now, it can be integrated with the rest of the policy discussions. I still believe that is what would work, and it's being promoted in different places at the moment. Thank you.
Can I just, I just realized, you'll have to put up.
Okay.
I just realized that this conversation would not become complete if we do not mention the role of the media as a very, very important driver of the climate reality, and also a tool for awareness and implementation of climate commitments and action. So they also need to be carried along, and they cut across all the three key maybe topics of youth, women, civil society. The media are very critical and important.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. And just to quote what you just said, this conversation is actually not complete. So we have to end it here. But as you can see, these are topics or these are issues that we've been battling with for a number of years now. I think this has been a question, at least for the UN since its formation, for the AU since its formation, for the EU since its formation. And these are questions that will continue to plague us, and we need to continue working on them and hoping that we can find the best ways to ensure that everybody is on the same bus with us. So thank you to the panel. Thank you to the participants, the audience who's joined us. And I hope that you will continue this discussion together and with the panelists and in whatever spaces you're in. Thank you very much.